Yes. Test one. Test one. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The proceedings of today's inauguration ceremony of 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference will commence shortly. We kindly request you to be seated before the commencement and to keep your mobile phones on silent mode or preferably switched off until the event concludes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise from your seats as we are now witnessing the arrival of the chief guest for today's event. Rear Admiral H.U. Dhammika Kumara, VSV, USP, PSC, the Vice Chancellor of General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, the keynote speaker, Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, accompanied by Major General Chintaka Wickramasinghe, USP, USSCGSC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defence and Administration, Professor Sanath Dhammika, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, representatives from the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists and Deans and Academia. Chief Guest, Rear Admiral Dhammika Kumara, VSV, USP, PSC, the Vice Chancellor of General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University. Keynote Speaker, Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. The panelists, Major General Chintaka Wickramasinghe, USP, USSCGSC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defence and Administration, Professor K.A.S. Dhammika, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Deans of the Faculties, Directors, Senior Military Officers, Academia, representatives from the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists and students. Ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome you to the inauguration ceremony of the 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference at General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University. We are about to embark on this journey of academic excellence. Economists from public universities around the country have gathered here today at the General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University for their 13th time to share profound knowledge on the field of economics, discussing topics such as economic recovery, economic development, and diversified economic approaches. We believe that this glamorous ceremony will spark your mind and the insightful sessions to follow will enlighten your future. For the motherland forever is what we at KDU believe in. Ladies and gentlemen, to pay respect to our alma mater, please rise for the KDU anthem. Please remain standing. They fought for our country. They shed blood, sweat, and tears to see us stand on the very soil they fought on. All gave some gave all. As a gesture of honor and respect, let us stand in 1 minute of silence and commemorate the ultimate sacrifice of our fallen war heroes. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. In keeping with the
Of today's occasion, Rear Admiral HGU Dhammika Kumara, VSV, USP, PSC, the Vice Chancellor of General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, the keynote speaker, Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, accompanied by Major General Chintaka Wickramasinghe, USP, USA CGSC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defence and Administration, Professor Sanath Dhammika, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, representatives from the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, deans, directors, senior military officers, and academia. Please be seated.
Chief Guest, Rear Admiral Dhammika Kumara, VSV, USP, PSC, the Vice Chancellor of General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, the keynote speaker, Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, the panelist, Major General Chintaka Wickramasinghe, USP, USSCGSC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defence and Administration, Professor K.A.S. Dhammika, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Deans of the Faculties, Directors, Senior Military Officers, Academia, representatives from the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, and students.
Ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome you to the inauguration ceremony of the 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference at General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University. We are about to embark on this journey of academic excellence. Economists from public universities around the country have gathered here today at General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University for the 13th time to share profound knowledge on the field of economics, discussing topics such as economic recovery, economic development, and diversified economic approaches. We believe that this glamorous ceremony will spark your mind, and the insightful sessions to follow will enlighten your future.
For the motherland forever is what we at KDU believe in. Ladies and gentlemen, to pay respect to our alma mater, please rise for the KDU anthem.
remain standing. They fought for our country. They shed blood, sweat, and tears to see us stand on the very soil they fought on. All gave some, and some gave all. As a gesture of honor and respect, let us stand in 1 minute of silence and commemorate the ultimate sacrifice of our fallen war heroes. Thank you. Please be seated.
Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. In keeping with the customs and traditions of our great nation, it is now time to light a guiding flame, to symbolically mark new beginnings. For this, I would like to invite the following dignitaries to step forward, and I respectfully request the audience to rise.
Vice Chancellor, Rear Admiral H.G.U. Dhammika Kumara.
Keynote speaker, Dr. Chandranath Amarsekara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka.
Vice Chancellor of Wyoming University, Professor Udit Jayasinghe.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defence and Administration, Major General Chintaka Wickramasinghe.
Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Sanath Dhammika.
Rector, Metropolitan Campus, Air Commodore Rajin Jayawardena.
Rector, Kurunegala Campus, Commodore Ruwan Rupasena.
Professor of Economics at the Graduate School of International Relations at International University of Japan, Professor N.S. Kure.
Former Managing Director of Sri Lanka Port Authority, Mr. Upul Jayatissa.
Chief Compliance Officer, Master Tropical Food Processing Private Limited, Mr. Sharon D. Alvis.
Dean, Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, Dr. Lakshika Liyanage.
Chair, Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, Dr. Vasantha Premaratna.
Chair, 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference, Dr. Thamra Jayasundara.
Representing the members of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, the founder, Professor T.L. Gunaruwan.
Thank you. Please be seated. Dance is the language of the soul, where every movement tells a story of passion, grace, and love. The dancing troupe of KDU will showcase a vibrant and dynamic performance with their welcome dance. Without further ado, let's welcome on stage the remarkable dancing troupe of KDU.
තබායන ගමනා කාලතියා හද බඳිනා
සීත කොහුල් රස උයේනා සෝම මහාන නගරිනා
මාන බලා මග නොහැරා පානසිනා සඳ ගමනා
වීනර කුමාවන සරණා නාරි සුභා හත්වදිනා ආරහන මද තාල හලවන සහරවා ඈත කලඹන
එකම බැල්මක මවිත දසුනකින්
තුරු හිසට වඩිනා
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for that mesmerizing performance by the dancing group of KDU.
Now, it is our honor to give an introduction of the chair of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, Dr. Vasantha Premaratne.
Dr. Premaratne is decorated with a bachelor's degree in international economics from Rajarata University of Sri Lanka and a master's degree in economics from the University of Peradeniya.
Dr. Premaratne is also decorated with an MPhil in economics from the University of Kelaniya and a PhD in supply chain management from General Sir John Kothalavala Defence University.
Dr. Premaratne was also a former head of the department at the Department of Management and Finance of KDU.
He is currently the chair of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists.
I humbly invite Dr. Vasantha Premaratne to address the gathering.
The chief guest of the 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference 2024, Rear Admiral H.G.U. Dhammikumara, the Vice Chancellor of General Surgeon Kothalavala Defence University, the keynote speaker Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, Assistant Governor, Central Bank of Sri Lanka, Senior Professor Udit Jayasinghe, the Vice Chancellor of Wayamba University of Sri Lanka, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defence and Administration, Major General Chintaka Wickramasinghe, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor K.S. Dhammika, Rector of KDU Metropolitan Campus, Air Commodore Rajit Jayawardena, Rector KDU Kurunegala Campus, Commodore Ruwan Rupasena. The moderator of the panel discussion, Professor N.S. Kure, Professor at Graduate School of International Relations, International University of Japan. Panelist, Mr. Sharandi Alvis, Chief Compliance Officer, Mars Tropical Food Processing Private Limited. Panelist, Mr. Upul Jayadissa, former Managing Director of Sri Lanka Ports Authority, Dr. Lakshika Liyanage, Dean of the Faculty of Management, Social Science and Humanities, Dr. Tamara Jayasundara, Chair, Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference 2024, and the National Coordinator of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, all the Deans and Directors, Colonel Tushanda Silva, Director of IT, and all the military officers, senior professors and professors, Professor Lalse Gunuruwan, the founder of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, past chairpersons and national coordinators of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, librarian, registrar, bursar, and all the administrative staff, heads of the department and the lecturers, authors of the research papers, the students, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor of General Surgeon Kothalawa Defence University and the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, I warmly welcome you all to the 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference 2024. The Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists is a collective organization that includes all the academic departments and units teaching economics within Sri Lanka state university system. With over 15 departments and units across the country, Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists provides a platform for hundreds of members to discuss and disseminate knowledge, share research experience, and engage in collaborative academic activities. Today, we are here to discuss the way out of the current economic crisis in the country. Collaborating with economists, policymakers, and industry leaders, we will attempt to generate actionable insight and recommendation to guide Sri Lanka towards a more prospective future. Through seminars, workshops, and publications, the forum will not only contribute to advancing economic dialogue, but also engage with broader society, advocating for evidence-based policies and initiatives that uplift communities and foster economic growth. As the chair of the forum, I am committed to developing an inclusive, dynamic environment that empowers economists to make meaningful contribution to Sri Lanka's economic landscape. After this inauguration of the conference, we are conducting 40 oral presentations and 10 poster presentations at the FMS building. Also, we are fortunate to conduct the 50th meeting of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists at KDU today evening. I strongly believe that success behind this wonderful event is the unity and the uniqueness of we maintain. So in this forum, we have friends from all over the country. Together, we are strong. We have the energy to push the real GDP up the business cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, the country needs us and we need the country. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to announce the official launch of the conference proceedings.
It is my great pleasure to invite Rear Admiral H.G. Dhammika Kumara, the Vice Chancellor of General Sir John Kothalawa Defence University, to mark this significant occasion.
We would like to invite Ms. Gainika Silva, Senior Assistant Registrar, Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, accompanied by 2 student representatives, to commence the launching. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have such a remarkable character grace today's occasion. It is my distinct honor to invite Rear Admiral HGU Dhammika Kumara, VSV, USP, PSC, the Vice Chancellor of General Sir John Kothalavala Defence University, to deliver insightful words to the gathering.
Dr. Chandranath Amarsekara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, esteemed members of the panel, members of Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defence and Administration, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, Rectors of KDU Metropolitan Campus and Kurunagala Campus, Dr. Lakshika Liyanage, Dean, Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, Dr. Vasantha Premaratna, Chair of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, Dr. Thamara Jayasundara, Conference Chair of the Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference 2024, all the Deans, Directors and Head of Departments, Senior Professors, academic and non-academic staff, military officers, authors and conference participants, distinguished invitees, cadets, day scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today as the chief guest at the 13th Sri Lanka Economic Conference organized by the Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities of General Sir John Kothalavala Defence University. Let me extend my gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me as the chief guest of this momentous occasion. First and foremost, as the Vice Chancellor of the hosting university, I would like to once again welcome our keynote speaker, esteemed members of the panel, members of Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, and all the distinguished invitees for their auspicious occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference hosted under the auspices of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, bringing together some of the brightest minds in the economics to discuss and deliberate on the theme that is crucial for our nation's future. That is, back to basics, policy stance as a way out of the economic crisis. Our country has faced numerous economic challenges over the years, and the recent crisis has been particularly severe. It has tested our resilience, exposed our vulnerabilities, and underscored the need for a fundamental reassessment of our economic policies. Today, as we gather here, we have a unique opportunity to chart a course that will lead us out of this crisis and towards a more stable and prosperous future. And it is through gathering like this that we can collectively explore solutions and strategies to navigate these difficulties. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists plays a crucial role in fostering academic excellence, facilitating intellectual discourse, and promoting collaborations among scholars, students, and professionals in the field of economics. It serves as a bridge between academia and the real-world challenges that our society faces. Economy is fundamental to the well-being and process of any nation or the progress of any nation, and our economy is not just a collection of numbers, graphs, and statistics. It is the heartbeat of our society. It influences our lives, our opportunities, and our future. Today, we all are gathered here to talk and discuss the importance of getting back to basics in the economy of our nation. At the core of any thriving economy are principles that have stood the test of time: fiscal responsibility, sound monetary policy, and a commitment to the productive sectors of the economy are the basics. We must return to those basics. If we are to ensure long-term stability and prosperity. While it is crucial to get back to the basics, we must also recognize that the basics themselves evolve over time. Today, technology and innovation are the fundamental to economic success as any other factor. However, even in our pursuit of the new and innovative, we must ground ourselves in basic economic principles. Therefore, innovation should be encouraged, but it must be sustainable and inclusive. We must invest in research and development, but also ensure that the benefits of innovation are shared across all sectors of society. In doing so, we avoid the trap of growing inequalities that can destabilize even the most advanced economies. Further, economics as a discipline is at the intersection of theory and practice. It is not confined to the walls of lecture halls and academic journals. Rather than, it fills every aspect of our daily lives. The challenges we face as a nation and indeed as a global community demand innovative and sustainable solutions. It is the duty of this forum to be at the forefront of intellectual discourse, driving conversations that contribute to the betterment of our society, and this is what we are engaging in today. A robust economy must always prioritize education as a means of promoting economic equity. Universities play a crucial role in this regard by offering opportunities for upward social mobility through education. By expanding access to higher education and ensuring affordability, we can empower individuals from diverse backgrounds to contribute meaningfully to the economy. In this endeavor, universities play a pivotal role in shaping the economic landscape of a nation. They are hub of knowledge creation, research and innovation. Through their scholars and research centers, universities contribute to several crucial ways such as research development, human capital development, entrepreneurship, innovation, policy formulation, and through leadership. Scholars at universities contribute to economic policy debates and provide evidence-based insights to policymakers. Their expertise help shape policies that promote economic stability, competitiveness, and inclusive growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey out of economic crisis requires a multifaceted approach grounded in fundamental principles. It requires collaboration, resilience, and a steadfast commitment to the betterment of our nation. Let us use this conference as a platform to reaffirm our commitment to these principles and to chart a course towards a more prosperous and equitable future. Let me take this opportunity once again to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the keynote speaker, Governor of Central Bank of Sri Lanka, for accepting our invitation and being present here today. I am sure that his extensive experience and profound insights into economic policies and financial management will enrich our understanding of the current economic landscape. We eagerly await for his address and valuable perspective he will offer to us. I would also like to thank the esteemed members of the panel, Professor N.S. Kure, Professor of Economics, International University of Japan, Senior Professor Udit K. Jayasinghe, Mudalige, Vice Chancellor of Wayamba University of Sri Lanka, Dr. Prasad Dharmasena, Director, Chief Executive Officer, National Institute of Plantation Management, Mr. Upul Jayatissa, former Managing Director, Sri Lanka Post Authority, and Mr. Sherandis Alvis, Chief Compliance Officer, Mars Tropical Food Processing Private Limited, for being here with us to share their wisdom despite of their other commitments. I am sure that this panel discussion will take us to a different and advanced level of thinking towards back to basics through their vast experiences and knowledge. Dear distinguished invitees from universities and other organizations, this conference would not be a success without the participation of all of you gathered here today. I would like to thank you for taking the time to join with us from all over the country. Similarly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Dean of the Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities and his staff for their dedication and hard work in organizing this event. Your efforts have set the stage to this impactful and insightful conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all participants to engage fully in the discussion, share your knowledge, and build networks that will support your future endeavors in economic research and policy making. Your contributions are vital in our journey towards creating a resilient and prosperous future of Sri Lanka. In conclusion, as we look to the future, let us remember that the basics of economic success are timeless. Fiscal responsibility, sound monetary policy, investment in productive sector, innovation, education and economic equity are the pillars upon which we must build. By returning to these fundamentals and harnessing the contributions of universities and scholars, we can create an economy that is not only strong and resilient, but also just and inclusive. Let us commit to getting back to the basics in our economic policies, ensuring that the prosperity we seek is sustainable and shared by all. In doing so, we will lay the groundwork for brighter, more secure future for our nation and its people. Finally, I extend my best wishes to all the participants, speakers, and organizers of the 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference 2024. May this conference be a resounding success, yielding valuable insights and actionable outcomes that contribute to resolving the economic challenges our nation faced. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
Thank you, sir. Please remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation.
We would like to cordially invite Dr. Vasantha Premaratne, Chair of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, accompanied by Dr. Thamara Jayasundara, Chair and National Coordinator of the 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference, to award the token of appreciation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
It is with great honor that I now invite Dr. Lakshika Liyanage, Dean, Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, to introduce the keynote speaker of today's ceremony, Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka.
A very good morning to all of you. It is an honor to welcome Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, the Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, as the keynote speaker for the 13th Economic Research Conference. And I consider it as a privilege for me to introduce Dr. Amarasekara, not just because of his remarkable achievements and the high caliber he brings to this event, but also because he was a very supportive and dear friend of mine during our undergraduate days. Having known him personally for so long, I can truly say that his passion, dedication, and brilliance have always set him apart, and it's inspiring to see how far he has come. Dr. Amarasekara is currently at the helm of some of the most significant departments within the central bank, including economic research, statistics, and open market operations. His role as Secretary to the Monetary Policy Board further highlights his influence in shaping monetary policy decisions that affect the entire nation. His extensive experience is not just confined to Sri Lanka. His recent tenure at the International Monetary Fund, IMF, in Washington, D.C., from January 2022 to February 2024, as the alternate executive director for Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, and Bhutan, is a testament to his expertise and the global recognition of his skills. With over 21 years of service at the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, Dr. Amarasekara has played an instrumental role in guiding the economic research initiatives that inform the country's monetary policies. As the former director of economic research, he led pivotal research efforts that have helped navigate the complexities of Sri Lanka's economic landscape. Dr. Amarasekara is also an active contributor to policymaking and research institutions. He currently serves as a member of the Board of Governors of the Institute of Policy Studies, where his expertise in macroeconomics continues to shape significant policy discussions. Previously, he was a member of the Board of Governors of the Hector Kobakadu Agrarian Research Institute, Training Institute, contributing to the development and analysis of agrarian policies in Sri Lanka. His involvement in these prestigious institutions highlights his commitment to fostering economic research and policy development across various sectors. Dr. Amarasekara's academic journey is distinguished by numerous accolades that reflect his exceptional intellect and dedication to the field of economics. Graduating with first-class honors in economics from the University of Peradeniya, he was awarded the P.D. Khan Gold Medal for the Best Student in Economics, the Gate Mudaliar Kanaganayagam Prize for Economics, and the University Scholarship for the Best Student in the Faculty, among several other prestigious awards. His academic excellence was also recognized at his alma mater, Royal College, Colombo, where he received multiple honors. Dr. Amarasekara pursued an MSc in Economics at the University of Manchester, UK, completing the program with distinction, a testament to his academic rigor and deep understanding of economic theory. This impressive academic foundation culminated in a PhD from the same university, where he specialized in macroeconomic modeling of monetary policy and labor markets. Dr. Amarasekara's scholarly contributions extend beyond his official duties. His research on monetary policy is widely recognized, and his publications have influenced both local and international economic discourse. His role as the editor of the Central Bank's journal, Staff Studies, further solidified his reputation as a leading thinker in the field. Beyond his research, Dr. Amarasekara has generously shared his knowledge as a guest lecturer, examiner, and mentor at various academic and professional institutions, nurturing the next generation of economists. Moreover, his legal acumen as an attorney at law complements his economic expertise, providing him with a unique perspective on the intersection of economics, policy, and law. In having Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara as our keynote speaker, we are privileged to gain insights from one of Sri Lanka's foremost experts in economics and in monetary policy. His wealth of experience, both domestically and internationally, will undoubtedly enrich the discussions at this conference, providing valuable perspectives that will resonate long after the event concludes. Now, I would like to warmly welcome Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, Doctor.
My dear friend Lakshika promised me that she will not take more than 2 minutes doing that introduction. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much for that kind introduction, and very good morning, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Dean of the Faculty, faculty members, organizers, and friends. I'm going to talk to you about Sri Lanka's crisis, recovery, and the way forward. On the way forward, I think I will leave a lot for you to think about and deliberate on during the discussion. And I must also congratulate the organizers on the topic, which is back to basics, policy stance as a way out of the economic recession, because it is back to basics or common sense that we have to use to get out of the economic crisis that we are in now. Let me take you back to 2022. So in 2022, Sri Lanka faced an unprecedented social, political, and economic crisis. If you take any macroeconomic indicator of the country, you would see the worst performance of our post-independent macroeconomic history in those indicators. So if you take real GDP growth rate in Sri Lanka after independence, we've had only 4 years of negative growth, contractions of the economy. Look at the first chart, you see that the worst contraction has happened in 2022, 7.3% economic contraction. If you look at the past, we've had first contraction in the year 2001. That's when the Katunayake airport attack happened, and that's when the World Trade Center in the US was hit. There was a massive drought and several other problems. 2019 is under attacks, 2020 COVID pandemic, and then 2022 7.3% contraction. If you take annual average inflation, if you take inflation, worst ever performance of Sri Lanka's inflation history was recorded in 2022. Annual average inflation shot up to 50%. During the month of September 2022, inflation went up to 70%. The exchange rate is the same. The official exchange rate hit 370 rupees per dollar in 2022, in April, May, June. The unofficial exchange rate, you know that it would have gone up even above 400 rupees per dollar. When you look at a snapshot of the economic crisis in 2022, as I said before, if you take any economic indicator or social indicator, you see that in 2022, Sri Lanka suffered. Sri Lankans suffered, and we all know this. And this crisis was the culmination of Sri Lanka's deep-rooted economic vulnerabilities, amplified by severe external shocks and domestic policy missteps. So this did not happen overnight. We were in a vulnerable position, and these vulnerabilities amplified by severe external shocks, COVID pandemic, and oil prices and so on, and also domestic policy missteps. So, as a way out of the crisis, the authorities implemented a bold economic stabilization package, and we started negotiations with the IMF to secure a financing facility. The first request to the IMF for funding was made in March 2022. Sri Lanka had to temporarily suspend foreign debt service payments. We were very proud of our history of impeccable debt service payments that had to be abandoned, and we had to announce a temporary suspension of foreign debt service payments, and we had to initiate a debt restructuring process. As the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, after allowing the exchange rate to float, we had to raise policy interest rates massively, 700 basis points, so that's 7 percentage points in the month of April 2022, followed by another 200 basis points or 2 percentage points after that. And we also had to take measures to safeguard the stability of the financial institutions. The government introduced a bold package to enhance tax revenues. And we know that that was very unpopular, and I think I'll have some more slides about that. And the government curtailed non-essential recurrent expenditure and froze recruitment, temporarily suspend non-urgent capital expenditure and projects which have not commenced or have been stopped or have not achieved significant progress. The government imposed restrictions on selected non-urgent and non-essential imports, initiated restructuring of major state-owned business enterprises, commenced energy sector reforms, including cost-reflective pricing mechanisms. As I said before, in March 2022, the authorities sought assistance from the IMF, the global lender of last resort. In the past, Sri Lanka has borrowed from the IMF 16 times. If you take the past 60 years, out of those 60 years, 42 years have been under an IMF program. But, so I mean, we are serial offenders. So we start an IMF program, then give up on the reforms under the IMF program, abandon it, go for another program a few years afterwards. But this time, that was not that straightforward. The negotiations for the current program were very different and difficult because the IMF, it's just like a bank. I mean, think of any bank in Sri Lanka. The IMF is the global lender of last resort. That's where you go to when you are really in need. And at one point, the IMF said that they cannot lend to us because our debt is unsustainable. So think of you walking into a bank, and the bank would say that your debt burden is too much, and we can't take a risk. The IMF told the same to us. So that's why we had to start this debt restructuring process alongside the request to the IMF for funding. And we all, even now, we say that we are under an IMF program. But when you really think about it, it's not an IMF program, it's our program that we have agreed with the IMF. So we'll talk more about it in a bit. So in March 2023, after 1 year of making the initial request, the IMF approved the Extended Fund Facility Program for Sri Lanka. And that was for a facility of $3 billion US, this to be dispersed in 48 months. That's 4 years. The IMF programs are such that they are reviewed every 6 months. So there is a debate going on at the moment whether the IMF program could be changed or not. It's an evolving program. So the fundamentals of the program cannot be changed, but every 6 months, the IMF program gets reviewed and gets adjusted. So until now also this has happened. In the past also this has happened. This was for budget support, and also up to now, the IMF has dispersed about $1 billion US to support Sri Lanka. So when it comes to the IMF program, it's not this amount of 3 billion or 1 billion that matters. It's the confidence that it brings to the economy and for investors outside. The EFF program catalyzes further financial support from other development partners. So it is based on this IMF program that we are getting funding from the World Bank, ADB, and hopefully in the near future from the other investors around the world. The IMF EFF program covers 5 broad areas. The first broad area is revenue-based fiscal consolidation and fiscal structural reforms. And the second area is restoring public debt sustainability. The third area is restoring price stability and rebuilding external buffers. Fourth area is safeguarding financial system stability. And also the fifth area, which is reduce corruption vulnerabilities and implement growth-enhancing reforms. So while these measures towards achieving progress on these areas are being taken, there is a need to protect the poor and the vulnerable, and that is also recognized in the IMF program, because we know that implementing reforms is difficult and there will be losers. So they have to be protected, and that is happening. But when you look at the broad design of the IMF program, you also see that at the beginning, the focus is on stability, but increasingly, the focus would be on growth while preserving stability. So when you look at the fifth pillar in particular, you see that the focus on growth is very heavy, and we are moving into that area now gradually. And let's look at some of the key targets and benchmarks under the IMF program. And when you look at these, I'm pretty sure, thinking back to basics and using your common sense, that you will realize that these are the reforms that Sri Lanka should have done with or without the IMF. So there are numerical targets on controlling inflation. Good or bad? Good. Building up international reserves. Good or bad? Good. Improving fiscal balances and government revenues. Good or bad? Good. Curtailing credit to the government by the central bank, aka money printing. Good or bad? Good. Social safety net spending, streamlining social safety nets, reducing inclusion errors, reducing exclusion errors. Good. And also several benchmarks that we have already achieved. Setting retail fuel prices with monthly formula-based adjustments, adjusting the end-use electricity tariff schedule on a quarterly basis, parliamentary approval of the welfare benefit payment scheme, Aswasuma, parliamentary approval of the new Central Banking Act and prevention of monetary financing, and parliamentary approval of banking law amendments, parliamentary approval of the new Anti-Corruption Act and operationalization of the Anti-Corruption Commission, publication of the Governance Diagnostic Report, parliamentary approval of the Public Financial Management Act and Public Debt Management Act. So those have been done and they are in the process of being implemented now. So let's also think about what could have happened if these stabilization measures that I was talking about earlier did not take place. If we did not take the stabilization measures. I will take one example from my area about inflation. Let's think of the counterfactual. What could have happened if stabilization measures were not taken? The IMF has a publication, fantastic publication called The World Economic Outlook. And this lists out data for 196 countries between 1980 to 2023. And when you look at this period and data, you see that 60 countries had experienced inflation above 50% for at least 1 year. And these 60 countries had 72 episodes of inflation remaining above 50%. And those countries managed to bring inflation down to single digits within a year only in 12 of these episodes. In 42 of these episodes, inflation above 10%. I wouldn't even call it double digit. We are looking at massive numbers sometimes. So in 42 of those episodes, inflation above 10% persisted for more than 5 years. In some countries, inflation remained above 10% for more than 35 years, and it's continuing. Just to give you a couple of examples from these 196 countries, the highest inflation captured in the World Economic Outlook was 130,060% in Venezuela in 2018. In Zimbabwe, it's not in the publication, 79.6 million% inflation in 2008. It cannot be shown in charts. So it is in this context, Sri Lanka's experience of reducing inflation from 70% in September 2022 to single digits within 10 months and successfully re-anchoring inflation in single digits must be viewed. So that's a massive, massive task. It should not be undermined. And we should realize that two things. One is that, of course, with 70% inflation, Sri Lanka's cost of living has gone up. What if we could not control this increasing cost of living? What if we had 130,060% inflation continuing? What if we had 79.6 million% inflation continuing? So luckily in Sri Lanka, this did not happen with the stabilization measures taken, and that's how we are in this position today. Of course, the increase in cost of living has to be addressed with improving real wages, but we are lucky that 70% inflation did not continue. So this reform agenda, inflation was just an example, but if you look at all sectors, you see that the economy has shown signs of stability, greater signs of stability. The economy has transitioned into a positive growth trajectory. Price stability, as I said before, has been restored. External sector resilience has improved. Financial system continues to remain stable and resilient. Fiscal consolidation has been strengthened and debt restructuring has reached an advanced stage. The IMF program is on track. And we should also realize that formidable challenges are ahead of us as the scarring effects of the crisis lingers on, while reforms, although essential, are burdensome in the short term on some. So this summarizes the achievements thus far on inflation. As I said before, 70% inflation in September 2022. It has come down to below 5%. It's at 2.4% year on year at the moment. Real GDP growth from that contraction of 7.3% in 2022, it has improved gradually. In the third quarter of 2023, there was positive growth of 1.6% recorded. In the fourth quarter of 2023, positive growth of 4.5%, and in the first quarter of 2024, 5.3%, and the leading indicators show that this positive momentum of economic growth is continuing. The external current account has recorded a surplus in 2023, and that has continued into 2024 as well. The exchange rate has stabilized, and right now, from those peak levels, it has come down to about 300 rupees per dollar. Official reserves, the usable official reserves were non-existent in April 2022, and from that point, we have built our official reserves, and at the moment, gross official reserves amount to $5.7 billion US. Interest rates, as I said before, to control inflation, the central bank had to raise interest rates, and those interest rates are now coming down, and the prime lending rate is below 10%. The treasury bill rates for shorter maturities are below 10%, and all the other interest rates are coming down. It will take time, but they're coming down. Government revenue has improved from around 8% during the years 2020, 21, 22. It has improved to 11.1% in 2023, and we think that government revenue will improve to about 13% of GDP in 2024. The central government debt has also started reducing, and we see that in our indicators. When you look at the central bank projections, usually the central bank projects, central banks makes projections for the next 5 years for the economy. But given the very large uncertainties that we have at the moment, we decided to forecast only for 1 year and publish them. So these are the published projections, and we expect economic growth to be about 3% this year. And so on. Let me not take you through these individually, but we are expecting a gradual improvement. But there are huge risks. Globally, the global monetary policy stance is uncertain, and we don't know what the US and the other large economies are planning to do. So even last week, there was some turmoil in global financial markets, and there is a lot of uncertainties there. And on energy prices and commodity prices, they are very volatile at the moment. And when you look at the geopolitical developments and geo-economic fragmentation, you see that there is the Russia-Ukraine conflict that is affecting us. The unrest in the Middle East will affect us, and we have the China factor and the India factor to think about as well. Domestically, climate change is with us now. It's supposed to be a long-term challenge, but it is with us now. We feel it every day. Brain drain. particularly with the crisis, we see massive brain drain. And just like I think in 1971 and 1988, 1989, where we lost generations, I think this crisis would also have lingering effects on the Sri Lanka's economy going forward. We will feel it in future. And in our projections, we don't consider, in the baseline scenario, any derailment of policy reforms or unrest, because we cannot afford derailment of policy reforms going forward. This would have unthinkable repercussions. Again, let me take you back to something that I said in probably the third slide. The crisis in 2022 was a culmination of the country's long-standing structural vulnerabilities, amplified by external shocks and domestic policy missteps. Let's think about long-standing structural vulnerabilities. So we have the twin deficits, the unsustainably high fiscal deficits and persistent external trade and current account deficits. They have to be addressed. And at the same time, when you think of the long-standing structural vulnerabilities, I think we know Sri Lanka's institutional structure is weak, and those weak institutions will have to be addressed as well. And I've listed out the prominent weaknesses. We don't have time to go through each and every one of those. But at the same time, the crisis has also deepened the public's understanding of these weaknesses and the need to address them decisively. And this will be essential to enable future Sri Lankans to enjoy sustained prosperity. There would be two types of solutions. One is the near-term stabilization measures and the longer-term growth-supportive reforms. On the near-term stabilization measures, going back to basics, let me take two examples. So essentially, basic economic concepts and common sense, as I said before, would be useful to better understand the solutions that policymakers are in the process of implementing or implemented to stabilize the economy amidst severe public criticism. And it is also important to analyze these measures and understand the expected outcomes and the adverse spillover effects of the implementation and non-implementation of these measures. The first example that I'm going to talk to you about in detail is the fuel and electricity price adjustments and reforming SOEs, state-owned enterprises. As you know, the government is in the process of implementing cost-reflective price adjustments for petroleum products and electricity, and reviewing the performance of SOEs and taking steps to identify future action on these SOEs. Of course, there is resistance for such reforms, and the common arguments for resistance include impact on the cost of living. Electricity prices are going up, fuel prices are going up, and that's affecting cost of living. So don't do it. Impact on the cost of production. Don't do it. Preserving national assets. So don't privatize. But let's go to energy, electricity and petroleum. And sadly, it is not well understood that Sri Lanka mostly depends on imported energy products to fulfill most of its needs. So when domestic prices are not allowed to reflect global price movements, the relevant SOEs accumulate losses, and they must be subsidized by the government and ultimately users and non-users alike. So you and I will be paying for the losses made by the SOEs one day, if not today, tomorrow. If it's not you and I, it's our next generations. And mispricing of these energy products would also lead to inefficient usage, which unduly increases the burden on the balance of payments. Let's look at electricity pricing. So before August 2022, electricity prices were revised last in September and November 2014. In Sri Lanka for 8 years, not a cent adjustment of electricity prices. So can a country be run like this? Absolutely no. Particularly because we are largely dependent on imported energy, particularly during drought years. So when you sell a unit of electricity at a lower price than the actual cost, again back to basics, you see that that there is excess demand and there are losses made. So those losses can be covered in two ways. One is cross-subsidization. Whoever who consumes more could subsidize whoever who's poorer, consuming less. That's one way. But when that cross-subsidization is not enough, that would result in a loss to that SOE, state-owned enterprise, and that SOE will have to borrow from the banking system, or else the government will have to subsidize. So that's what was happening during those 8 years as well, most of those 8 years. And we know that, therefore, cost-reflective pricing of electricity is essential, and with regular reviews of prices so that loss accumulation can be prevented. At the same time, lower cost and more sustainable sources of energy must be promoted within a competitive environment. Let's move very quickly to petroleum pricing. It's the story there is similar. A petroleum importing country cannot maintain an independent, non-market-based domestic price-setting mechanism for petroleum products. We depend fully on imported petroleum, and it is not up to the government to decide the price of petroleum that's consumed by consumers. It cannot be a government decision. It cannot be made by a politician. The government can only dampen price fluctuations if needed, provided the country has fiscal and balance of payment spaces, which we have extinguished as well. So, due to such reasons, all the other countries, most of the other countries, have petroleum pricing at the pump changing on a daily basis. And in many countries, petroleum sector is a private commercial activity. So we have to live with petroleum price adjustments. Right now, they are being adjusted on a monthly basis. I think we will have to move to daily petroleum price adjustments in the near future if we are to sustain the speed of these reforms. When you think of state-owned enterprises broadly, well-crafted SOE reforms are essential. And we were talking about SOEs in the petroleum and electricity sectors, but also many others are often being exploited to provide secure employment to supporters of politicians, thereby contributing to public sector inefficiencies and burdening the general public. So this is very evident. I mean, whenever there is a change of government, the entire boards will change, and there will be mass-scale recruitments after elections. And annual reports are not published, or they are delayed, and there is absolutely no accountability. And we cannot continue like this. And this is what we are trying to change, at least under the current IMF EFF program. So well-crafted reforms are essential, and streamlining the government's role in relation to SOEs are desirable in protecting the public interests. So I was talking about national assets. When you look at the performance of some of those SOEs, you will realize that they're actually national liabilities. As in other efficient economies, where possible, the government's role must be facilitative rather than being a market player or the sole suppliers. There are, of course, caveats, but let's not get into that. The second example that I would like to talk to you very quickly is the controversial near-term stabilization measures, the tax hikes. So tax hikes are aimed at fiscal consolidation, and in Sri Lanka, we have had the lowest revenue to GDP ratios in the world. On the other hand, we all know that we are very well known for very high level of welfareism. So people do not pay taxes. They expect everything from the government. Debt service burden has increased over time, and that has also added to rigid government expenditure. So fiscal consolidation is critically important, particularly in the context of debt restructuring and need to regain debt sustainability. And I must say that when you talk about debt restructuring, particularly external debt restructuring, we have to realize that Sri Lanka as a nation, we are asking the taxpayers of the other countries to give us a concession on the amounts of money they have lent to us. So if we are going to ask for that, we also have to show our commitment to these reforms. So I said that Sri Lanka is amongst the countries with lowest revenues to GDP in the world. During 2020-22 period, there were only 9 countries with revenues below 10% of GDP, and Sri Lanka is the red bar that you see there. Sri Lanka's average revenue to GDP ratio during 2020 to 2022 was 8.47%. So who else is in that category? Not very nice names for us to look at. Bangladesh, Nigeria, Venezuela, Yemen, Haiti, Somalia. So that's not where we want to be. When you look at, this chart compares government revenue on one side and government expenditure on the other. So we are not even with those countries that I mentioned, because when government revenue is low, the other countries in that category would have low government expenditure. In the case of Sri Lanka, we have tried to live with low government revenue, but without curtailing government expenditure. So not acceptable at all. So what happens when revenues are low? One is that you will tend to curtail government expenditure. So you will first try to curtail capital expenditure, which is essential for development, but you will also realize that current expenditure is very rigid. I will show you a chart on that. But when government revenues are low and there is higher government expenditure, in other words, the green bar being shorter than the red bar, you have something called fiscal deficits, large fiscal deficits, and that has to be financed. They can be financed through foreign sources. So by 2020, we have almost exhausted those. The other countries were not lending to us, and we have been downgraded in terms of sovereign ratings. So foreign financing in large scale was not possible. Domestic non-inflation resources are limited. Domestic inflation resources were there, but through money printing by the central bank, through borrowing of funds by the government from the central bank, we've exhausted those channels as well. It's no longer possible. So this results in debt accumulation, and I think this chart summarizes the crux of our debt problem. So I said that expenditure is rigid. You can enhance revenue, but curtailing expenditure is very difficult because the total wages and salaries, interest, and other non-interest expenditure that the government is facing, they are very difficult to be brought down. So the fiscal consolidation will have to come through revenue enhancement. So the measures to increase taxes are facing criticism, obviously, and resistance, and even from those who can afford to pay higher taxes. And of course, there are valid concerns. There are valid concerns, particularly with a socio-economic and political crisis. The general public feel that the governments have failed them but we have come to a position that drastic policy corrections are essential, and revenue enhancement is one such urgent requirement. Talking about enhancing tax revenues, we also have to consider the size of the informal economy of the country. So Medina and Schneider. Schneider has a series of papers measuring the informal economy of countries. And in Sri Lanka, the average size of the shadow economy or the informal economy is estimated at 45.6% of GDP, very large. In terms of the size of the informal economy, we are on the worst side of the chart in terms of the rank. And this informal economy is not restricted to illicit activities as we generally tend to think about. Even the professionals are engaged in informal economic activity, as we know. We talk about raising tax revenues, but even as professionals, we try not to pay taxes, and that mentality also has to change. So again, going back to basics, longer term, thinking of longer term growth supportive reforms, I think I will leave you up to you to discuss in the conference deliberations, but let me list out some of the things that we could think about in terms of longer term growth. Poverty has to be addressed. This has to be addressed through higher growth, income distribution and redistribution, and strengthening the social safety nets. We have the issue of aging population, improving productivity and efficiency, and this would necessitate factor market reforms and public sector reforms as well. Growth needs to be improved through structural reforms, improving openness, diversification, innovation, ease of doing business. Foreign earnings and current account deficits have to be, those issues have to be addressed through, by looking at comparative advantage, diversification, branding, and openness. Education and health. We have to open up these areas for competition, and we have to continue selective subsidization, not across the board subsidization. Rule of law has to be preserved. Governance reforms are essential. Strong legal frameworks are essential. Strong institutions are essential. Fiscal deficits and debt issues have to be addressed through higher revenues, increasing direct taxation, expenditure rationalization, state-owned enterprise reforms, stronger public financial management, and stronger debt management. And on savings and investment, we need financial sector reforms to continue, and we need consistent policies in this country. On inflation and cost of living, the central bank has already been granted independence to achieve a target of 5% inflation across the medium term, and at the same time, supply side reforms are absolutely essential. So I will not discuss any of these. I will leave it up to you. So some food for thought before I finish. We always love to talk about being the next Singapore. So Sri Lanka's per capita GDP is at $3,830. And in Singapore right now, it's $87,884. If we are to get to the position of Singapore today, it will take 108 years for us if we grow at this year's projected growth rate of 3%. If we grow at 5%, it will take 65 years. If we grow at 6%, it will take 55 years. If we grow at 8%, it will take 42 years. And in between, we will try to get to the upper middle income levels, and also higher income levels by about 2040. But mind you that Singapore and all the other countries are also growing. So it's not only us that are growing. So the gap is very, very large. And if we don't get our act right, we will never become a Singapore. But there is hope, because there have been growth miracles from around the world. So we should not lose hope. And I'm pretty certain that this conference will focus on some of those growth supportive areas that we can think about. So let me finish by summarizing my key messages. After a severe socioeconomic crisis, stability has been achieved to a great extent, and economic activity is picking up. The counterfactual, as I said before, would be unthinkable. And the growth must be accelerated, but without compromising stability. And artificial monetary and fiscal stimulus to boost growth, like we had in the past, will not be available, will not be feasible. We should not do it. Growth must come from reforms to improve productivity, competitiveness, and efficiency of the economy, including governance reforms. There can be no compromise on efforts to regain debt sustainability and the continuation of the IMF program. As I said, the IMF is the global lender of last resort. There is no one else for us to go to beyond the IMF. And these above messages could easily be confirmed by going back to basics and the lessons learned from the crisis. And with that, let me thank the organizers again for inviting me, and wish the conference all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation.
We would like to humbly invite Rear Admiral H.G. Dhammik Kumara, VSV, USP, PSC, the Vice Chancellor of General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, accompanied by Dr. Lakshika Liyanage, Dean, Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, to award the tokens of appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a special performance. I promise that this performance will leave you speechless. This item signifies the prestigious Sri Lankan industries of agriculture, tea, minerals, and garments, which prevailed from our far history. It also emphasizes how modern world industries, including tourism and technology, have integrated with them to color up the lives of the people and the country.
Please give a round of applause for the dancing troupe of KDU.
ගොවිපල ගාවා
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for that breathtaking performance.
To express our gratitude to the dignitaries, representatives, deans, lecturers, senior officers, guests, and students. I now invite Dr. Tamara Jayasundara, Chair and National Coordinator of the 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Vice Chancellor Rear Admiral Dhammika Kumara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, Vice Chancellor of Wyoming University, Senior Professor Udit Jayasinghe, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defense and Administration, Major General Chitnaka Wickramasinghe, Rector Metropolitan Campus, Air Commodore Rajit Jayawardena, Rector Kurunagala Campus, Commodore Ruwan Rupasena, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic, Professor Sanath Dhammika, members of the panel discussion, members of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, deans, directors, senior professors, and members of the academia, senior military officers and other military officers, registrar, and members of the non-academic staff, and dear students. This is just the end of the inauguration. We have a whole lineup of events and activities planned for you, yet I want to take this moment to express my vote of thanks to all those who have supported us on behalf of the organizing committee. Because this conference was a collective effort, and it is with immense gratitude that I acknowledge the contributions of everyone who made it possible. Firstly, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to our chief guest, our Vice Chancellor, Rear Admiral Dhammika Kumara, for that inspirational speech, but most of all, for the guidance and encouragement and direction that you have extended to us from the inception of the idea of holding or hosting the conference over here at KDU to date to make this event possible. our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara. We are truly grateful to you for accepting our invitation and being here with us today and delivering that excellent keynote speech, which gave us an idea about what happened during the economic crisis and what can we do in order to come out of it. And we all keep on complaining about the IMF and the restrictions that they force on us, but you made us think a little bit more about what they are doing and maybe be complacent of it or to some extent. So thank you for that. And also, I want to extend my thanks to the moderator and the panelists who again accepted our invitation to be here with us. And of course, you have not had the panel discussion yet, but I'm sure it will be inspirational and also thought-provoking. So your willingness to come here, share your experience, expertise, and spend your valuable time here with us is highly commendable, and we are truly grateful for your contribution. Also, I need to mention the State Timber Corporation has donated 150 plants. It is, at this moment, it's valued at 30,000 rupees, but a plant, we will donate a plant to all participants, and their contribution has given a special meaning to our event, because unlike other contributions, its value does not diminish. Basically, as you know, the plant will grow and bear fruit and give us oxygen, and one day we will convert it to some wooden product, a furniture, right? So do take good care of it. It is a lesson for us, because it is those little things that each one of us will do to make a difference in our country that will trigger our country to a trajectory of growth and prosperity. I am also very grateful to our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Defense and Administration, Major General Chintaka Wickramasinghe, for the excellent administrative support you have given us to this event. We all know it has been a busy time period for you with all the new admissions and interviews that are going on these days, yet you have been patient with us with all the problems and issues that we brought to you in numerous occasions, and also provided us with workable solutions. So thank you. Moreover, I would like to express my gratitude to the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Sanath Dhammika, for all the support you have given us with regards to this event. All the senior military officers of the university, especially Deputy Dean of Faculty of Defense and Strategic Studies, in the absence of the Dean these days, Director of IT, Adjutant, Commanding Officer of KDU, Assistant Adjutant, for all the support given to make this event a success. In addition, I must specially mention the leading role played by our Dean of the Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, Dr. Lakshika Lienege. You have been a true pillar of strength. We would not have been able to successfully complete this event without your guidance and support. So thank you very much, Dr. Lakshika Lienege, for all that support you rendered all throughout these last few weeks and throughout. A special thanks to our dedicated organizing committee. Your hard work, creativity, and attention to detail have been the backbone of this conference. From planning to execution, your efforts have ensured a smooth and successful event. I am proud to be part of such a committed and passionate team. I would like to thank our tutors, even though I'm not mentioning all the committee members, but I will especially mention our tutors who have been working hard at it. Ms. Hansi, Ms. Hasali, Ms. Anuttara, Ms. Tarushika, Ms. Chandima, and also there are several, all of our faculty members of our faculty has been supportive throughout this planning process, working together with us. So thank you very much for all that support that you have rendered throughout to make this event a success. Moreover, I am also grateful to the non-academic staff, especially Bursa and his staff, the registrar and her staff, senior assistant registrar of the faculty and her staff, and the non-academic staff, especially our management assistants and office assistants, Mr. Jayaratnam, for their tireless effort and commitment. When it comes to the organizing part of this event, I must express my sincere thanks to the military officers of the Faculty of Defense and Strategic Studies, technical and IT support, staff, cadet mess manager and officer mess manager, and all the other supporting staff who helped us make this event a success. You have worked hard towards making this event a success behind the scene. So I feel them like they are like a group of magicians, because what you wish for, they somehow make it work. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. So I'm really grateful for your effort and hard work you have put into it. So thank you very much. And also a national event like this, proportions require national coverage. Hence, I want to express my gratitude and acknowledge that Monora TV is providing us media coverage for this event. Also, I need to specially mention Professor Lalitha Sri Gunaruwan, for the founder of the Forum of Sri Lanka University Economists, has always been there following up with us, ensuring that we are on track, working towards making this event a success. Thank you very much. And I also want to express my gratitude for the paper reviewers who reviewed the papers to ensure that quality of the papers are maintained in this conference. To our paper presenters and participants, thank you for your active engagement and participation in this conference. Your insightful presentations and discussions will enrich our knowledge and provide us with new knowledge and valuable perspectives that we can think about as when we come to a conclusion later on. Your presence and involvement have made this conference a vibrant and dynamic platform for learning and networking. Hope you will find the sessions enlightening and inspiring as well. Last but not least, I would like to thank our students, mainly majority from our Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities. That mesmerizing performances that you saw were carried out by our students, and to tell you that they were basically choreographed by our students. They worked on it for the last couple of days, all throughout, probably spent their money and time and effort on them. Also, it is our students who designed and created the entrance decor, the oil lamp that you saw over here. moving away from that traditional oil lamp, also handle the comparing and ushering. All of you worked tirelessly over the last couple of days. I want to thank you all for that effort that you have put in to make this event a success. And I hope you have learned something that you will take with you as you later on start your professional lives. As we conclude, I hope that the knowledge shared and the connections made during this conference will inspire further research and build lasting connections and collaborations and innovations in our field, which will take us away from where we are to that growth trajectory that we want, not to achieve, get to Singapore in 108 years, probably sooner, right, within our lifetime. Let's work hard towards this and have these inspirational, thought-provoking discussions in the next few track sessions and the panel discussions. Once again, thank you for all your support to make this conference a resounding success. Enjoy the conference. I look forward to seeing you all again in the next conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Now, I kindly invite the dignitaries, Vice-Chancellor, Rear Admiral HGU Dhammika Kumara,
Keynote speaker Dr. Chandranath Amarasekara, Assistant Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka,
Vice-Chancellor of the Waimba University, Professor Udit Jayasinghe,
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Defence and Administration, Major General Chintaka Wickramasinghe,
Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic, Professor Sanath Dhammika,
Rector, Metropolitan Campus, Air Commodore Rajin Jayawardena,
Rector, Kurunegala Campus, Commodore Ruwan Rupasena,
Professor of Economics at the Graduate School of International Relations at International University of Japan, Professor N.S. Kure,
CEO, National Institute of Plantation Management, Dr. Prasad Dharmasena,
former Managing Director of Sri Lanka Ports Authority, Mr. Opul Jayatissa,
Chief Compliance Officer, Mars Tropical Food Processing Private Limited, Mr. Sharon Diralvis,
Dean, Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, Dr. Lakshika Liyanage,
Chair, Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, Dr. Vasantha Premaratna,
Chair, 13th Sri Lanka Economic Research Conference, Dr. Tamara Jayasundara,
the Founder, Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, Professor T.L. Gunaruwan. Members of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, senior military officers, and the esteemed guests of today's occasion for a group photograph. After the photograph, please make your way to the lobby area for refreshments. Please ensure to return back to the auditorium as the panel discussion will commence afterwards. I request all the dignitaries, members of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, senior officers and guests to please proceed to the stage. Thank you.
to keep your mobile phones on silent mode or preferably switched off until the event concludes. Thank you.
Now, Now, I would like to cordially invite Dr. Sabine Sharik, Senior Lecturer, Department of Management and Finance, and Conference Secretary, to introduce the moderator of the panel discussion, Professor N.S. Kure.
It is privileged to introduce Professor Ines Gray, who is the moderator of the panel discussion today. Professor Ines Gray, a distinguished professor of economics at International University of Japan, IEU, brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to our panel discussion. With a PhD in economics from University of Nagoya, Professor Kure has made significant contributions to the fields of sustainable development, macroeconomic policy, econometric modeling. His illustrious career includes prestigious roles such as Director of the International Peace Studies Program at IUJ and research positions at the United Nations University, Institute of Advanced Studies, and the United Nations Center for Regional Development. His extensive publication record and research interest in environmental management, conflict resolution, international cooperations underscore his expertise and dedications to these critical areas. Before joining IUJ, Professor Kure coordinated projects on sustainable development frameworks for Indonesia and ecosystem frameworks for small island states. His practical experience extends to working in Sri Lanka as a teacher and a lecturer. Professor Kure holds BA Honours, Master of Arts, and PhD all in economics. His research work includes numerous refereed art journals, book chapters, and edited volumes focusing on sustainable development, international political economy, peace and development, macroeconomic policy, and econometric modeling and forecasting. His broad academic and professional background provides a strong foundation for his insightful contributions to today's discussions. As the founding president of the Association of Sri Lankan Academics in Japan, SLAAC, and a visiting faculty member at several prominent universities, including the University of Tokyo, Australian National University, University of Sussex, Professor Kure has over 30 years of teaching, research, and administrative experience. His involvement with institutions such as University of Colombo, National Graduate Institute of Policy Studies, and University of Tsukuba highlights his commitment to education and knowledge sharing. Professor Kure's comprehensive understanding of global economic and environmental issues, combined with his extensive experience in academia and policy development, make him an invaluable moderator for today's panel discussion, where his insights will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and stimulate meaningful dialogue. Sir, I would like to cordially invite you to take over the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Good morning. I'm extraordinarily privileged to be with you this morning, partly because as an economist, I'm always like to be attached with our Sri Lankan fellow Sri Lankan economist in Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists. So I remember Professor Gonaruwan, who are here with us today. He initiated this economist forum and from the University of Colombo. So I'm happy that I also graduated from the same department. So I'm extraordinarily privileged. And so I will introduce my panelist later on. And what we are supposed to do, the theme that given to us is back to basic policy stance as a way out of economic crisis. I think when Vice Chancellor, during his welcome speech, he talked about two important things. He talked about well-being of citizens. And then he also mentioned theory and practice. These are two important concepts that he elaborated during his welcome speech. I think that will be really good for us to also start and continue discussion on that aspect. And also Dr. Chandranath, he explained the crisis, the last thing, economic crisis that we are supposed to speak on today in the panel discussion. He mentioned three crises, in fact, social crisis, political crisis, and economic crisis. That is his first slide. He explained three crises. And he also explained what are the basic thing basic thing that we should do. So having said that, I will introduce or speak a little bit of this topic at the very first. And then, of course, Senior Professor Udit Jayasinghe, Vice Chancellor of the Wayamba University. He is quite known academic in Sri Lanka. So he will be speaking on agriculture sector. And then, of course, later, Dr. Prasad Dharmasena, he is the Director and CEO of National Institute of Plantation Management. He will speak about, the plantation sector, how that contributes, what are the basic things that we have to explain, basically giving potential challenges and, way forward. And then, of course, we have Mr. Sheran Dialvis, Chief Compliance Officer of Mass Technical Food Processing. And of course, we know that food processing industry is a very important sector because as human, we always do two things. We do either consumption and production. So he will be speaking on the consumption side. The production, of course, we will speak on that aspect also. So then Mr. Upul Chathisa, former Managing Director of Sri Lankan Ports Authority, he has a lot of, all these have extensive experience in their respective field. So I'm privileged to have this distinguished panelist with me, and we will try to share our thoughts with the audience, and then later, second half of the panel discussion, we will entertain some of the comments or the questions if you have any. And having introduced the panel discussion, let me just start, taking a few minutes, give some background information to the panel discussion. Can I? Right, okay. As I mentioned earlier, Vice Chancellor mentioned well-being. In fact, that is our target. We want to achieve well-being of Sri Lankan citizens. That is why we are going back to basics. That is why we are introducing these policies. And definitely, well-beingness must be the key target, not any other macroeconomic variable. So well-being is a must. When we say well-being, of course, we have two things, material well-being and mental well-being. We will not be speaking on mental well-being today, but we will rather focus on material well-being. And when we talk about economic crisis, Professor Chandranath, during his keynote speech, he mentioned social crisis, economic crisis, and political crisis. And I'm happy, I know him personally, and he is one of the best economists we have. And he represents central bank. And the crisis he mentioned, social crisis, those three areas of crisis. And these three crises, basically part of the economic crisis that we are facing. When we say these crises are basically can be explained by two different policies, macro policies and monetary policy. And central bank is responsible for monetary policy of Sri Lanka. And Ministry of Finance is responsible for fiscal policy. And fortunately or unfortunately, we don't have anybody from the Ministry of Finance here with us. but we had one of great economists from the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. And in his second slide, he explained what do we mean by economic crisis. He refers to GDP growth, he refers to inflation, and he refers to the exchange rate. So these are the three indicators he used to explain the economic crisis of Sri Lanka. Now, if we look at these three indicators, growth, who is responsible for economic growth? Who is responsible for enhancing economic growth of Sri Lanka? Who is responsible for controlling or maintaining price stability or controlling satisfactory level of inflation? Who is responsible for having acceptable exchange rate for the country? I'm taking his own experience, three indicators. They are the responsible people who should take care of these three things. It is the responsibility of the central bank to maintain these three, and it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance to maintain these three. So now one can ask, people who are part of the problem, they should be able to find out the solution, because it is not, we individuals are not responsible for this crisis. It is the policy crisis that we had. Now, what I am going to discuss is relating to what we can do, the way forward to deal with this crisis. Now, I will raise 3 points relating to what Vice Chancellor mentioned and what our keynote speaker mentioned. So one aspect is inclusive institution as a way out of the crisis, economic crisis. Even though I say economic crisis, because I'm using only this word, economic crisis, in fact, I am referring to all these three crises that Dr. Chandranath mentioned. Right, let me start with this. This slide explains what we Sri Lankans are facing. We don't need any books, anything to explain our real crisis. Now, this slide tells us the real crisis that we all are facing in Sri Lanka. Why nation fail? Because of it has been ruled by a narrow elite that have organized society for their own benefit at the expense of the vast mass of people. I'm not telling this has happened to Sri Lanka. I will leave this up to you because I have spent 35 years of my life in Japan, longer than that I have lived in Sri Lanka. But I'm telling this story for other policymakers as well. So I'm sure you are much better than I do. Unless you understand more than I understand about this situation. Think of whether we can apply this statement to Sri Lanka. It could be what has happened to Sri Lanka after independence or what has happened to Sri Lanka after this COVID 2022. So if we read this carefully, this exactly tells what exactly Sri Lanka is facing. Right, okay. And then, of course, I'm taking that statement from this book, the two internationally renowned economists, Asimegalo and Robinson. They has done a lot of research on this area, political economy aspect, and they are the people who has prepared that slide. So I'm borrowing them here. Now, what I'm going to focus is institution. In fact, Dr. Chandranath also mentioned the importance of institution. So political institution that determine economic institution. Now, I mentioned two institutions, economic institutions, Central Bank and the Ministry of Finance. And the officers who are working in these two institutions are basically work under the guidance of political institution, President, Prime Minister, and the Cabinet. And therefore, all the economic institution, economic decision, economic policies that are taken by these two institutions are influenced by political institution, which I just mentioned. So therefore, when we talk about economic crisis, partly it is the responsibility of the economic institution, but partly or mainly it is the responsibility of political institution, because it is the political institution who instruct economic institution. So therefore, it's a part and parcel of the problem. So I will talk about the inclusive institution later on. So it's very important to have inclusive institution because almost problem comes from the institution. Now, why institution matter? These are some of the examples, because earlier people talk about culture, geography, many things about growth, the factors affecting growth. But when we look at this experience, Japan, why Japan became first developed country in Asia? Can geography explain African poor growth? Can culture explain South Asian poor Hindu rate of economic growth? And why has North America developed than South America or Latin America? So why has North Korea failed while South Korea has developed? And I was in Europe last month, traveling in Germany and France and some other countries. When we look at the growth differences between West Germany and East Germany, there is a big difference. So why these countries with the same culture, same geography, but have different growth experiences? So what matters is the institution matters. That's what I'm going to focus. It is our Sri Lankan crisis is the institutional crisis, political institution, economic institution. So these are what I mean by institution. So economic institution, political institution. We call it social institution, or some people call it value institution. So when we talk about institution, there are two different kind of institution. Inclusive institution and extractive institution. You remember my first slide, why nation fail? Because limited number of elite are exploiting the resources for their benefit, because we are using extractive institutions. They are trying to extract the resources from the economy for their own benefit. What we really need is inclusive institution, looking at all these policies for more people benefit, mass benefit for the mass, not for the selected group of people. So what I recommend for Sri Lanka is inclusive institution. Without inclusive institution, we never be able to achieve what Vice Chancellor meant, well-being. Right, okay. I'm going to link this institution with three pillars of any government. I think as Professor Gunaruan know, in any government, the political economists use three pillars: society, state, and market. So we need to have a delicate balance of these three. When market fail, government should take care of market failures. When government or state fail, civil society must take care of government failure. So that is what we saw during Aragalaya. When market fails, government should take care. When government fails, society will take care of that. That has happened in Sri Lanka, and recently it happened in Bangladesh also. So now you can see how these three things are interrelated. This is what I mentioned. We need to have delicate balance of these three areas: social institution, political institution, and economic institution. So this is how we can, if we are not balancing, definitely we will be in one of the category. If you look at there on the top, when we have inclusive economic institution, inclusive political institution like US, UK, South Korea, they are achieving what we say well-being. If we have extractive institution, we will be like North Korea and Mexico. In fact, Dr. Chandranath gave a list of countries during his presentation. So we will be like this. So now you can see the difference between inclusive institution and extractive institution. These three books explain beautifully the role of institution. I think I will not have enough time to explain this. And so the quality of institution are basically measured by these 6 indicators developed by World Bank. And Dr. Chandranath used rule of law, the last one, but we need to go beyond that. These are other 5 or 6 areas that one should focus if we want to go back to basic. Right. My second point, we need to have production, then only we can get rid of our crisis. how do we produce? We can increase our production base because well-being depends on the per capita income of a country, and per capita income of a country depends on the production of a country. So the production definitely depend on inclusive institution. So we need to have, again, inclusive institution. So you can see the production, as you can see, economists use this production function. Y as a production depends on A, technology, and then labor, L, K, physical capital, H, human capital, and then N, natural capital. So these are the things that we have to work on. When we talk about the basic, we have to think of these 5 areas, A, L, K, H, N. My distinguished panelists will focus on this area. Right. And definitely these are the areas we have to work on that. Now let me just focus on this virtuous cycle on your left-hand side. When we have inclusive institution, we will have favorable business environment for investment. When we have favorable business environment, we will be able to attain sustainable growth, and then we'll be able to increase well-being. And then, of course, it will create more equal income distribution, pluralism. So then we will be, Sri Lanka can be a content society without social problem, economic problems, and political problems. Now, when we say social problem, you can see even a beggar is trying to leave the country. It's an unfortunate situation. Right. So now with the inclusive institution, we will have freedom and creativity, and then it will influence growth of human capital, flow of innovation, new technologies, economic growth, and then the economic efficiency, then grow in social welfare, improvement of institution. This is how it goes like that. Inclusive institution, how it improves social welfare. Right. I will quickly go through some of the important books that I have read recently on related issues. This Banerjee is one of the Nobel Prize winner. He talked about some of the effective solution to these issues. We definitely need the role of intervention of government. That's what the main message of this book. And another book, again written by Nobel Prize winner Sheila Robert. He talked about the narrative as part of economic policy analysis, so that normal people, lay people can understand the meaning of economic policy of Sri Lanka. We have to use narratives. And then, of course, this end of poverty. Jeffrey said that the modest amount of developmental aid, foreign aid, can, if we invest correctly, then of course we will be able to have sustainable development. If we borrow money, if we get foreign aid, if we are using those effectively. Now you can understand whether Sri Lanka has invested all this borrowed money, foreign funded money effectively. I don't want to comment on that. I think that Dr. Gunaruan is smiling there with Vice Chancellor. So I will leave up to you whether we have used those borrowed money effectively. Right, and then the superhuman innovation. This is another area where we should work on that. How AI strategies to gain and maintain competitive advantage. I think Sri Lanka, when we say we have to go back to basic, this is one area. And this is the book, I think, because of the time constraints, I will not focus. I think our keynote speaker talked about the tax policies. These are the corporate tax cut during 2000 and then 2019. So he was talking about the tax. Sri Lanka government has increased the tax. It's a heavy burden for Sri Lanka. Now, when we look at the tax cut, you can see who are the countries at the bottom. Germany, Canada, US, Italy, Israel, Luxembourg. They have cut tax by this percent. The bottom, 22%. German has cut tax by 22%, not increase. This minus value tells the negative, the tax cut, tax reduction, not increment. Now what we are doing is completely opposite. So of course it's debatable things, but maybe when we have discussion we can talk about that. And countries with, these developed countries, they are growing very fast. These are the countries who are cutting tax. Okay, and then the another area where we should go back to basic is GVC, global value chain. We need this, it embrace them growth, and it also contribute to, it facilitate high economic growth. And the data, as Vice Chancellor mentioned, theory and practice, these are the evidence, practice. If you look at the top 3 countries, China, US, Germany, Japan, 4 countries, top 4 countries in the world, then let's look at their GVC contribution. Top economies have top GVC, empirical evidence, right? Of course, these are the global value chain. Now, so we produce things as a global product. So these are just example for a plane, all parts are produced everywhere in the world now. My third point, I will finish soon, managing geopolitics as a way out of economic crisis. Sri Lanka is, I think we all know that, strategically located, Indian Ocean, or I would call it in Sri Lankan water. And because of this thing, now US has their own interest, Japan has their own interest, China has their own interest, India has their own interest. And if our policymakers are not managing Sri Lanka, particularly the foreign policy, we will have geopolitical crisis. And when we talk about basic, we need to handle this crisis also. So how do we manage that? I will explain this example. I think most of you may have read this book written by Graham Allison, one of the leading political scientists in the world. He talked about suicide effects. So when we look at this, conflict between ruling power and rising power. For last centuries, we had 16 crises, basically 16 episodes. Out of 16, 12 have wars, except 4. Now you can see here the countries who had wars, because they are fighting for the order. UK fighting for order, German fighting for order, Japan was fighting order. If you look at all these imperial powers, out of 16, all ended with war. Now fighting China and US, they are fighting for the order. Now US is in number 1 and China is number 2. China is fighting for number 1. US is fighting to maintain number 1. I hope it will not have, another war. So Sri Lanka, now all these superpowers are very interested in Sri Lanka, because if any country want to be a leading country in the 21st century, they have to dominate Asia, Indo-Pacific. And Indian Ocean is one of the important area where they want to dominate. And that is the reason why these big brothers are interested in Sri Lanka. India, Japan, and US, they are together with Australia. 4 countries are together. They are counterbalancing China. And China also interested here. So Sri Lanka as a small country, we have to be very careful when we manage this. How do we manage this? Okay, so this is what happened in 2050. You will see that the US is number 1. Now in 2050, China will be number 1, and then India number 3, Indonesia number 4, Japan number 5. Many Asian countries will be top list. And we should catch up with this trend. Otherwise, we will be going back while other countries are going forward. We should manage, particularly we should manage these big brothers, China, India, Japan, and US. Political economists put this, my last slide. How do we balance? We have these 5 areas: the production, trade, then finance, then the technology, the security. 5 areas. And then how do we have the level? We have to think of the global level. We have to think both, the 4th, global level, international level, state level, and individual level. So when we talk about the basic, definitely we have to think of these 5 areas at 4 different levels. I think this is what I just want to introduce at the very beginning of our panel discussion. Maybe we can discuss later on with more details. And with this, maybe I will call upon my colleagues, my distinguished panelists, to talk, share their views. Perhaps, most of the things that our panelists will be speaking, they will be basically related to this slide. And this is the kind of theoretical foundation of our panel discussion. So I would like to invite our first panelist, Dr. Udit Jayasinghe. He has a lot of experience in many areas. And then, of course, he is expert on the agricultural policy, which is part of the production. And I would request Professor to share your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving us the time to discuss with you as a panel. I'll be limited to my talk on food and agriculture, and because we have experts from other areas. The Vice Chancellor talk about the importance of policy. Then our keynote speaker very nicely shows the situation. Now that our chair did a good explanation on theoretical base, and I'll be going into the truly what's the practicality of applying this into the field of discipline of agriculture, food and agriculture sector. Right? What is the need of the hour in terms of field of agriculture? Because we know the country to say it is developed. I believe we must talk about 4 sectors, how they are doing with the people, society, whatever. First one is defense, for sure, because we must have first the country. Then automatically it goes to education, because we must go with the educated people who can handle the things. Together, agriculture and health is coming. So the agriculture is supplying, health is utilizing, others are protecting and so on. Out of that I am talking about agriculture. And I have a small slide, couple of slides, only one. First slide, can you show? Okay, right. You can see, when you're looking at the food and agriculture system, that is from the point of view of markets, regulation, judiciary, society, whatever, there are 3 things prominent. You can't say first one is first, second one is second. That's why I put 3 prominent colors, the red, blue and yellow. If you lose one, you will lose the entire spectrum of other things. So any policy that you are taking in terms of agriculture, it should be scientific. Policy, whether it is basic or advanced or modernized, it should be scientific. If otherwise, it may not be running in the way the country needs. It should be system-based. Institutions, people, to whom, where, the global and all these things should be there. It should be practical. That is the most important thing, right? But we are not going to see it because it is yellow. Red is going to see. Blue is going to see. Yellow is not going to see much in the PowerPoint, so wherever you in policy. But practicality is the most important thing. So we must consider, in the context of Sri Lanka, when we are setting our policies for the agriculture and food sector, these 3 should be taken up as a single slide. For that, we have, I should say, worked for almost the last 3 years, almost with more than 500 stakeholders from Polonnaru Goviraja up to the president, by talking with them and others, to produce a national agriculture policy for the country that is acceptable to all. We could do it. I'm very happy. I myself and another 11 were working as the key group. We talked to each person and they participated. and we come up with a black and white document that is called National Agriculture Policy, and it has gone up to even up to the cabinet over the last 2-3 months ago. But the name may not be good, National Agriculture Policy, NAP. It is NAP. Already it is බුදියගෙන ඉන්න තාම. තාම ආවේ නැහැ එළියට. ඒක නම සවුත් පොඩ්ඩක් NAP නේ. ඒ නිසා මේකේ හරියන්නම මදි වගේ. කොහොම වුණත් we need to have a policy. Every country develop on any field, it is developed because of a policy, applicable systematic policy. So if you go to the second slide, you would see we have identified 10 thematic areas to be worked in the future. Irrespective of what are the governments, what are the regulations, what is the judiciary is doing, everybody is going in a single pathway. It is well written there. We identified 10 thematic areas in consultation with all these stakeholders. They agreed and they signed for that one, they like it. You see, co-production and productivity, I am not going to tell. These 10 covers the thematic areas of a national agriculture policy, maybe in any country. So we have identified these 10, come up with 15 very systematic, scientific, practical policy statements in that document. And then with that 15 documents, everybody agreed, institutions, so many institutions working with agriculture, starting from farmer to a multinational company, all agreed. By signing, we agreed with these policy statements. Then we have come up with what? To represent these 188 policy action plans. Who should do it? How should do it? When to do? 9 aspects we were discussed. What is the scope of that one? What is the schedule of this one? What is the quality? How we are going to measure? That means KPIs, key performance indicators, and how much budget will be needed. These 4 we discussed. Together, we discuss about what information we need to run it, what sort of risk we will face, what contract we will have to sign, and what are the teams needed for each of these 10 thematic areas coming out from 188 well-aligned activities. And finally, stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Now you can see it's a very complete document we have produced for the country. Anybody can agree, irrespective of your politics, irrespective of your institution, irrespective of your brain size, whether it is a farmer or a multinational company manager or a teacher, they can read it in black and white in all languages. So if you go to the third slide, this is the case now. This is the case now. We will have to understand how to run it. So we thought out strategic actions are needed. That's what I told. 188, we stop with that one 188 by talking within us. Okay, another 12 will be added by somebody, maybe political people or by judiciary or by other countries, maybe at the end of the IMF. Don't worry, we'll give them 12. We have 188 to run this country from 3 to 5 years plan, that is we call medium term plan, which runs into 10 years thereafter. So we have very clearly indicated who is going to do it, which institution is responsible, right? It's a PDCA cycle then. Who plan, who do, who is going to take risk of that one and alteration. With this one, what we have to come up with is national agriculture policies with us. We can go maybe for another one round. With that one, basics of the policy is already set, but unfortunately it is not yet, right? We need to bring it into that one. Whether agriculture is going to be modernized, whether it is traditional, we have discussed what areas to be modernized. But before, to wind up, I would say, සිංහලෙන් කිව්වහම නේ වැඩිව තේරෙන්නේ නැත්නම් අපේ රටේ එන සිංහලෙන් කියන්න. අපි සමහරලාවට නෝන මහත්තුරුන්ට ලස්සනට ඇඳන් ඉන්න අයට ඩෙනිමක් අඳපුවාම තව ලස්සනයි සමහරලාවට. නෝන මහත්තුරු ඩෙනිම් ඇඳ කියලා කැත වෙන්නේ නැහැ. තව ලස්සනයි. හැබැයි පිරිමින්ට චීත්ත අඳපුවාම ඉවරයි. ඒ නිසා මොඩර්නයිස් කළාට කමක් නැහැ. ලේඩීස්ලා අර හොඳට ඉන්න පිරිමි ගොවියෝ ලයිව් ලෝඩ් දාගෙන අඳන් ගියොත් චීත්තයක් තිබුණ එකක් නැති වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා we have to think of what is to be done this one. ඒකයි මම අපි කියන්නේ අපි හැමදාම පුරුදු වෙලා තියෙන්නේ අර සින්දුවේ කියනවා වගේ පොතට කලින් පිට කවරේ බලන්න. ඒ නිසා පිට කවරේ නැහැ පොත තාම තියෙනවා ටැබ් එකේ. So we'll try to do it. I think this is a good forum. There's a good time to come. Anybody who wants to include anything into your manifesto in the name of agriculture, it is apolitical, irregulatory, judiciary accepted, stakeholder validated, key performance indicated, added national agriculture policies with the professionals, agriculture professionals and food science professionals. We have that one. It is in with the right hands. We'll see what we can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayasingh. Elaborating on agriculture policy is a part of production process that I just mentioned. You beautifully tell us the 10 important thematic area. I think if we have what I call inclusive institution system in Sri Lanka, inclusive political institution, inclusive economic institution, I'm sure we will be able to work beautifully in this 10 thematic area. Let me give you one example. Department of Agriculture of Sri Lanka is more than 100 years old. At the moment, we have more than 20 departments under agriculture sector, working in agriculture sector. And when it comes to agricultural policy, we just had recently, in fact, World Bank helped us to develop this agriculture policy for Sri Lanka. Can you believe that our department having worked for 100 years and we are exporting eggs still? What has happened to our agriculture department? So our agriculture department is supposed to import, right? That's what I hear. So what has happened to our whole agriculture ministry and agriculture department? I said in more than 20 institutions relating to agriculture sector of this country. That is what I said. Our problem is not with the policy, as Professor Udit beautifully explained. Our problem is with our institution. Our people who are working in this institution are not able to work because of political pressure that we get. Because we have extractive political institution. So we have to, when we go back to the basic, we have to think of this introducing inclusive economic institution, inclusive politically. Otherwise, we will never be able to bring this country to the next stage. I have traveled more than 50 countries in the world. Last month, I was in Europe. If you look at the European history, it's full of massacre, full of Holocaust. In Poland, there were 1.2 million people were killed. I visited one of the concentration camps, biggest concentration camp that was implemented by Hitler. And all these countries have beautifully grown now. I was in Switzerland. Switzerland. They have beautiful infrastructure, physical capital. If you look at the train system, public transport, I was traveling in bus, train and plane. My God. Sri Lanka started railway in 1854, before Japan started railway. We started postal service before Japan started. We have judicial system oldest in Asia. We introduced democratic policies or the universal adult franchise in 1931, just 2 years after UK. What has happened to this country? Let's talk about that later on. Okay, so with that, I will get Dr. Prasad Dharmasena to share his thoughts. He's expert on plantation sector. It's part of agriculture and part of production that Professor Udit Jayasingh mentioned. Yeah, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, let me use the microphone because Professor Udit, he spoke, without microphone nicely because he's younger to me, it seems, with the voice, I think. Professor Udit gave us a very good insight at the inception, how policy failures affect on the development, and Professor Kuresh also nicely explained institutional failures as well as different capitals as well. Especially, I would like to start the point that you stop natural capital. Natural capital, of course, it's equal to natural resources plus natural services. It's the natural capital. But today, in the plantation industry especially, there is a huge, immense concern over the sustainability of the industry due to the destroying of the natural resources and the natural capital. Having said that, I would like to, at the first quarter, briefly explain how the plantation industry and what the scope of plantation industry. That's it. We know that Sri Lanka having traditional 3 plantation crops, tea, rubber and coconut. These are the traditional plantation crops. In addition to these traditional plantation crops, there are few other plantation allied crops like sugarcane, palm oil and cinnamon, cashew and palmyra. These are the plantation allied crops. And in addition to this, we have 14 different type of export agricultural crops as well: coffee, vanilla, pepper, so on and so forth. But by today, plantation industry is important in the country, not only economically, but also environmentally, socially, culturally, and perhaps politically also. We have experienced couple of times the ruling party of the country is also decided by the plantation community. I'll start with the tea sector. You know that Sri Lanka is the 4th largest tea producer in the world and also 3rd largest tea exporter in the world. We own nearly 247,000 extent in hectares, producing 300 million kilograms. And the economic contribution, because today forum is economic forum, the economic contribution from the tea sector to our GDP, nearly $80 billion in rupees, rupees 750 to nearly 1.5 billion US dollars. That is the economic contribution from tea sector to our national economy. The rubber sector is also very important in our economy because we are the largest, I would say, natural rubber, not largest, best natural rubber producer in the world. Also, we are the one of largest solid tire producer in the world. We own nearly 97,000 hectares rubber, producing 300 million kilograms. And income from the rubber sector to the national economy is 750 to 900 million. And the job opportunities especially created, that's very important once we talk on the economic forum, nearly 100,000. In the tea sector, it is 500,000 people are attached to the tea sector. Coconut is also a very important sector in our plantation economy, having 450,000 hectares in the country. And we produce nearly 2,500, 3,000 million nuts. 2,500, 3,000 million nuts, and the economic contribution from tea sector to national economy is also once again 900 million to 1 billion US dollars. Even in the coconut sector is also, including smallholders and the large scale plantations, 500,000 people are involved in the coconut sector as well. Cinnamon industry is also emerging sector in the country. We have nearly 36,000 hectares and producing 25,000 metric tons, and the economic contribution from the cinnamon sector is also like 220 million US dollars, and another 30,000 people are attached to the cinnamon sector as well. Cashew, of course, we have nearly 40,000, 50,000 hectares producing 2,000 metric tons, and the economic contribution of cashew sector to the national economy is 5 million US dollars, and nearly 35,000 people are attached to cashew sector as well. There are other two very important sectors in the plantation industry, that is oil palm and sugarcane sector. Oil palm is now you all know, a bit controversial in the environmental perspective. Oil palm, we have 11,000 hectares, but we can go for another 9,000 hectares altogether because we have given permission to go for 20,000 hectares. We produce nearly 30,000 metric tons. And the edible oil requirement of the country is 180,000 to 200,000 metric ton. But the oil palm sector, we produce only 30,000 metric tons. Coconut sector, we produce another 45,000 to 50,000 metric ton. Altogether, it would be around 80,000 to 90,000 maximum metric ton. There is a shortage in the edible oil industry in the country. We have to import it. What I want to highlight is there is a financial outflow from country to other countries in the edible oil industry in the country. And sugarcane is also like that. Sugarcane industry, of course, we have 35,000 to 40,000 hectares, and we produce nearly 50,000 metric tons. And total annual sugar requirement of the country is 550,000 to 600,000 metric tons. But we produce only 50,000 metric tons. It means there is another financial outflow from country to that sector as well. And mine export crops, we have different 14 type of mine export crops. We own nearly 25,000, another 25,000 hectares under this category. And we earn another $200 million from mine export crops as well. Jobs created within this sector is also 125,000. At the first part, if I conclude the economic contribution from plantation industry to national economies, we know that our total land extent is 65,510 square kilometers. Out of the 65,510 square kilometers, nearly 1.5 million hectares are directly under the whatever plantation crop. And also our economies, you know that nearly 80 billion rupees, out of 80 billion, nearly 3.5 to 4 billion dollar terms, dollars, 3.5 to 4 billion dollars are contributing from the national economy. It means, simply, the 2% of the GDP is contributing from the plantation industry to national economy. And jobs also, our total population in the country is 22 million, we say. Out of 22 million, 2 million people directly attached to the plantation industry. This is in simply the scope and the importance of the plantation industry to national economy. Later part of this discussion, I will explain how we can destroy the natural capital value chain of plantation industry and how we are facing, what sort of difficulties and challenges we are facing within this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad Dharmasena, for elaborating the importance of this plantation sector to the economy. I think you mentioned about tea, rubber, cinnamon, cashew, and coconut. All these things are very important. Let me give you one example. Recently, it's not recently, in fact, in Japan, when you go to any vending machine in Japan, you see milk tea. That is written tea from candy. I was so impressed with that. They are producing milk tea and bottle and selling in Japan, and it's very famous now. You get advertisement also, the national TV of Japan. When I look at the source of tea, it is going from candy, from Sri Lanka. And they produce bottles. What we talk, we can do, as Dr. Prasad mentioned, we have a lot of potential. We can rather do it here locally and export to those countries. UK, we have English tea. You all know about English tea. UK doesn't grow any tea. They are getting tea from India, Sri Lanka, Kenya, and they make their brand name English tea. England doesn't grow any tea. Swiss produce the best chocolate in the world. They never produce any cocoa. They don't have any cocoa. They are getting from Ghana and Africa, but they produce the best chocolate. But we produce the best cinnamon in the world. We produce the best tea in the world. We produce the natural rubber. In fact, we are producing tires for Boeing, aircraft, the tires, we produce that. But we have a lot of potential. So if you look at the coconut, Japan doesn't grow any coconut. Japanese are getting from Thailand, Brazil and other countries, coconut. The products like in tin or the canned form. What we get from Sri Lanka to Japan, coconut, just few maybe few load of kurumba, or the young, what we call it, young coconut, by plane. It's a very small amount of coconut going from Sri Lanka to Japan, but we have a lot of potential market. No fruits going from Sri Lanka to Japan, but many other countries in Asia send fruits to Japan. We have a lot of potential in agriculture sector and the plantation sector. We have to explore those things. I'm not telling that I have some experience about all these cases. Given the time constraints, I don't have time to explain. I know the root causes behind that. Maybe later on we can talk about that. So we have another wonderful panelist, Mr. Shirandi Alvis, who talk about the food. As I said, we human, our health, everything, as Professor Udit mentioned, food is very important because food matters. What we are basically depend on what we eat, what we drink, and what we do, like exercise. Health of a country depends on food. If we are not producing quality food, standard food, if we are not feel safety of eating, then we are lost. So it's the role of the government to make sure that citizens of any country eat healthy food and not poisonous food. Do we have any guarantee from the government? Can we eat any banana? Can we eat any grapes? I don't eat grapes here because we don't know how it come and how those are produced. Basically, we cannot eat any fruit here because there is no guarantee. I eat banana, it's grown at my own garden. Otherwise, I don't eat banana from outside. Every citizens of this country don't have safety, food security of what we are eating because the health depends on what we eat and what we drink. So I think with this background, I will ask Mr. Shirandi Alvis to elaborate on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to start by, linking both what my fellow panelists started off with. We have a budding agriculture industry, plantation industry, but what do we export? We export commodities. Like Professor said, can we brand it? Can we add value? I think that is the key factor we need to look at when we are looking at the economic crisis now and how we are going to come out of it if we are looking at a short period of time. Sri Lanka is a small country. We have limited resources, limited land, and our cost of labor is quite high compared to the global industry. So what can we do that we can get this value? If we keep going promoting commodities, we are not going to get this value. Other countries, some of the big global giants, are going to steal this value, and we are still going to be following behind them, selling commodities, which can creep up, like our tea industry. There are other countries now focused growing bulk tea, which has a big impact on the Sri Lanka tea industry. If we were not selling a commodity and we were selling a value-added branded product, I don't think that would be a big competition for us. So we need to think of this concept of how we value add, how we brand. We have very few Sri Lankan brands in the international market who are determining this valuable price. When you look at tea, if you look at the bulk price of tea, we are looking at maybe $3 per kilo we are getting on average. But there are products, tea products, which are selling for at least $8 to $10, you're looking at a couple of grams. So we need to get that value back into Sri Lanka rather than sending it out to another country where they are branding it, where they are building up the story. We have lovely stories in Sri Lanka. We have our heritage. We have our Ayurvedic heritage, our spices. We have a rich history which no one talks about. Sometimes I feel people are embarrassed to talk about it. We always want to talk about what the Europeans are doing and how they are moving. We shouldn't. We should, like the whole forum, go back to our roots. Where did we come from? What have we done? We had beautiful history of kings ruling Sri Lanka, which I don't think a lot of people talk about. We learn it in history. I think we've forgotten because the textbooks are so long, the names are so long. I don't think we use it in current context. So we need to go back to our roots and find out where we come from. We have a very rich agricultural industry. Because when it comes to the international market, you have two ways of winning this game. It's either scale or value add. Sri Lanka can't compete with scale. You're looking at our neighbor India, who's just a couple of kilometers close by. Best example we can take is we had a sudden policy change where they said you can't import turmeric. Turmeric was banned, and we were growing it in Sri Lanka. When you look at our limited land scale and growing turmeric, you're looking at a roughly 8-month crop. You're averaging about 8,000 to 10,000 tons per acre. What do Sri Lankans eat? We have a dry turmeric, which is, when you think of the processing aspect, which they don't talk about, is 10% recovery. If you do 10,000 kilos, you're looking at 1,000 kilos. Whereas our neighbor India does it for almost 99 US cents. When we do it in Sri Lanka, it's about 4,000 rupees. So you can see the equation. We can't compete in the international market with prices like that. So we need to find out what we can do best. Yes, our turmeric is good. We have a very high curcumin value. It has a Ayurvedic aspect to it. So how can we promote this story in that scale and bring the complete value to Sri Lanka rather than doing commodity products? The best example, Professor is talking about coconuts and the number of coconuts grown. We have a budding value-added market in coconuts, especially the coconut milk industry. If you look at global research, they are talking about in 2022, the industry is about 1,200 million USD, and they are looking at it growing by 2023 to 2,000 USD, which is such a vast growth because it's actually a value-added product. And you are demanding more value to the country. But we need to go the extra step. So I see industries actually sending product, value-added product, but it's a private label product. There's no mention of Sri Lanka. It may be somewhere in the short text saying produced in Sri Lanka or origin Sri Lanka. We need to brand it. We have the Sri Lankan coconut compared to some of the other products in the region. It tastes nice. It has a better texture. Yes, it is a higher price. But how do we demand this higher price? We need to talk about our story. We need to go back to talk about our farmers. How ethical we are. How everyone talks about child rights and what we do. I think it's inculcated into our culture. In Sri Lanka, yes, they would help their fathers and mothers in the field. But we would send them to school. We wouldn't get them working in the field. Yes, they would come home after school and help. So things like child labor and things like that, are inculcated in us so that we don't have these problems compared to neighbors like India, Bangladesh, which have very big problems. So we need to talk about that social aspect, build up the brand behind it, because that is the next trend in the world. They're talking about social responsibility, sustainability. Those are how you build brands. And I think this branding, especially on value addition, is a key fact that we need to address with most of our products we have in Sri Lanka. Spices, rubber. I think we have very high quality spices, very high quality rubber. How do we go the next step? To bring that value inside and have this economic crisis reduced, that would be a key aspect that we need to address to go forward. I would like to just finally, I think, leave something for thought. I was just looking at the table. So here we are paying 90 rupees for bottled water. We can get it free from the tap. Why is it? It's branded. You have a SLS logo saying it's safe. It looks nice. It has the nutritional panel. So that all that value is there. You can open a tap and drink the water. It's free. But why do we brand? To get that added value. You state your quality. You state your story. You give that all to the consumer and let the consumer decide on how they want to pay that additional. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiran. It's a really interesting engagement, thought-provoking things. As you correctly pointed out, we have a lot of, potentials, I just want to say, a few words, something about what you mentioned about the history. Of course, we have very rich culture, rich history. Perhaps, even longer history than Japan. America has a very short history. We have, more than, 2,500 written history. We are proud of that. I'm proud of my own country. I'm so attached to this country, even though I have lived longer in Japan, but I'm not even though physically, but mentally I'm attached to this country. I love this country. It's a beautiful country, most beautiful country in the world for me. When you look at the tourism sector, we have Anuradhapura, very good tourist attraction, Polonnaruwa, Botanical Garden of Peradeniya, Gold Port, Sigiriya, Colombo Museum. Those are very important tourist attractions. Who built this? Has anybody after independence built any of the things that I have mentioned? Those things were built by kings and British. Railway, I think Professor Gundruan knows, railway started by the British. They started earlier than even Japan. Our railway system is, when compared with all these European countries and Japan, we are far below. I saw one train going to Polgahavela direction. I'm from Ragama area. The train going to Polgahavela area, but the board is Maradana. The driver, he didn't take any attention to put even the board, the direction. He's taking the train to Polgahavela direction, but putting Maradana, completely going in a different direction. That is the thing that we are doing it. We are not serious, in fact. What we are selling as our tourist attraction is built mainly by kings and the British. I don't know, I'm not telling only the negative things. I love this country, but I'm a bit very concerned about what we are doing, why we are in this state of development in this country. Whenever I travel abroad, I compare this country with other countries. I was traveling in Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam. My first visit to those countries in the early 90s. And Sri Lanka was far better than all these countries. But now, Vietnam's situation is drastically changed. Even Cambodia, Laos, these countries they are going. But I don't understand what has happened to this country. We should not be like this. I feel very sad. I'm sorry to say that because I'm so attached to this country. I think we should do something. We have a lot of potential. Another example, you're talking about the food production and the food. Take one example, liquor. We produce what we call it kasippu. Many nations have their own drink. Japan has sake. Russia has vodka. What do we have? We drink all foreign liquors. We drink all mainly foreign liquors. We are not legalizing toddy, ra. We have illegalized kasippu. That is the normal, ordinary people drink. We are harassing our citizens. We are not producing our own product, but rather import and give them those things. I remember, I don't want to name those ministers' name, they reduced the beer prices, beer taxes, so that the minister said, oh, our people can drink beer with lower prices. I felt very sad with those decisions. I mean, we could develop kasippu product like other countries, local product. My district, it's called Niigata Prefecture. It's like 90 minutes away from Tokyo. That prefecture itself have 98 sake factories, providing a lot of employment opportunities, many things. We are producing, that area produces best sake in Japan. 98 sake factories, can you believe? Are we producing any toddy, ra? Kasippu is illegal. These are the things that we have to seriously think. I think our Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists, I think we have to open our mind, ask this question. A lot of people in this country travel everywhere for training, getting PhD, but after we come from Katunayaka, we forgot everything. We are not implementing what we are trained to do, what we are learning. We are spending huge amount of money, but we are not using it. I think that is what Vice Chancellor mentioned, practical things. I think even Professor Udit Chasing also mentioned the policy must be very practical. Okay, with this I would invite Mr. Upul Jayatis sir. He's expert on ports authority and then the shipping, maritime industry. I think, as I mentioned, Sri Lanka is strategically located. The government of Sri Lanka has, what do you call that, maritime hub. We have a lot of potential as a maritime hub. I think with that, maybe you can elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So being the last panelist, I will take few words from the guest speaker and the panelist and also the moderator, right? So the key word I will take is the financial crisis, that is 2022, from the governor. And then he was telling about comparing Sri Lanka with Singapore. And he was saying about we depend on a lot of energy, imports, right? And from the our moderator, he wanted to focus on few areas, starting with production, trade, finance, and from my fellow panelists, we heard a lot about value addition, production, exports, and a lot of things. So my focus is a little bit different, but I'll touch all the key points from my slide, 3 slides. Now, and also the moderator said, we are in a geostrategically located location. Yes, you can see it. We are in the center of the Indian subcontinent or South Asia. Behind Sri Lanka, we have big economies like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. They are away from the shipping route. You can see from the red line, that is the main shipping route, starting from Asia going to Europe, the biggest trade lane in the world, biggest container trade lane in the world, right? If you compare our neighbors behind, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, if you compare the world population as 8 billion, we have more than 22% of the population in South Asia. We only have just 22 million. Small country, small nation, but strategically located. So we talk about a lot of value addition. Now let's look at the trade, international trade, transportation, import, exports, plus value addition like transshipment, multi-country consolidation, on-report trade, bonded cargo, delay in transit, packing, labeling, sorting, all those things. Are we doing it? Where are we? Right? So, well, let's get back to the basics first. If you look at my slide on the right side of you, that is the international trade, cargo that is moved across the ocean. Over 90% of the international trade, cargo is carried by ships, maritime transport using ships. Now, these are the 5 categories of ships that carry international trade, right? If you group it, apart from the people carrying cruise vessels, right? Starting from liquid bulk, dry bulk, unpacked cargo, low value cargo, right? We all only do imports. What are the liquid cargo we import? We import petroleum products, petrol, diesel, kerosene oil, crude oil, gas. We do all imports, all liquid cargo. As we understand, we are a country that used to export coconut oil. If you go to the port of Colombo today, you can see, I think Vice Chancellor will endorse me, there are 14 tanks, coconut oil export, 14 tanks inside the port of Colombo now. Now, out of these 14 tanks, 4 tanks are given for 2 importers to do what? Import coconut oil, palm oil, vegetable oil. That is where we stand today. Right? So, that is with regard to this liquid cargo. Right? But yes, we do exports. As my panelists mentioned, yes, we do export coconut oil. How? In containers, in bottles. Right? We export a lot of liquid cargo. But all in bottles. And let's look at the next one is the dry bulk cargo. What are the dry bulk, dry bulk cargo? We import mainly cement, clinker, gypsum, and coal for power generation. Always one-way traffic. Both liquid and cargo, one-way traffic, return the ship go empty. No cargo, nothing to take. Nothing to take. Except very rare occasion. For several years, we load one load of naphtha for maybe 2-3 years. Ilmenite, I think for the last 5 years, only 3 shipments we loaded. Ilmenite, that's all. Other than always one-way traffic, return nothing, ships go empty. Then comes the value added, that is the packed cargo, general cargo. We import break bulk, general cargo. What do we import? We import mainly fertilizer, rice, sugar, and also steel, timber, like neo-bulk. Then we import vehicles. Yes. You know, if you look at the vehicle imports for the last 4 years, last year, the entire Sri Lanka, we have imported only 750 vehicles only. 750 vehicles only for the last year. That's only in Hambantota, right? All special vehicles only, right? So that is the vehicles. But Hambantota is an automobile transshipment hub. Last year, they have handled 99% of the volume, as I mentioned, is transshipment. 700,000 vehicles discharged and loaded. Every day there is a car carrier there. What is that? Value addition, connectivity. Now that is what is our theme. Yes, connectivity. Then Colombo, yes, we connect containers, transshipment. You can look at all the biggest container ship in the world today, 24,000 container carrying ship. Originating from where? Japan, Korea, China, Taipei, coming to Malacca Strait, right? Singapore, Malaysia, coming to Sri Lanka. Last port in Asia, then Red Sea, because of the crisis, not taking a long route via Cape, but Red Sea, then going to the Suez Canal going. So that's the biggest trade lane in the world. From there, they can go either to Europe or US East Coast. So Port of Colombo, last year, we handled 7 million containers. But before the crisis, 2021, we handled 7.2 to 1 million. Out of that, local cargo is 1.2 million, 6 million containers, transshipment connecting from ship to ship. Now, last year figure, we only do 1 million. 500,000 containers coming in, 500,000 containers going out of the country. Right? So, still, we are recovering from the crisis. From 2021, 7.2 million, we went down to 6.8 million, 6.8 million containers. 6.8 million, that is on 2022, because of the crisis. Now, gradually, still we are okay. Hopefully, at this moment, we are growing 10%. So this year, we will recover. We will get back to a lower. But still, local cargo is still only 1 million containers. So 85% of our business is what? Colombo transship. The biggest container ship today, 24,000 container MSC Irina, right? 24,346 TEU, the biggest container ship is coming to Sri Lanka. Draft length 400 meters, draft 16.25 meters. But Colombo Harbour, the South Harbour, is 17.25 meter draft. Depth 18 meters, draft 17.25. At last, we have a deep harbour. At last, we are developing terminals. East Terminal, West Terminal, 2 new terminals coming with capacity 3 million each. The first semi-automated equipment arrived. 12 automated rail-mounted cranes. Automation started somewhere in 31 years ago in Netherlands, Port of Rotterdam, Sealand Delta Terminal. That is the first automated terminal. But we are not going for fully automated. We are going to semi-automated technology. We are everything. Already we arrived. We got 12 yard cranes. We are going to automate. We have already ordered 12 arrived. Gantry cranes we have already ordered for East Terminal, right? I'm telling only East Terminal now. 12 cranes ordered, 6 cranes arrived. Now these cranes are 26 container cross. The biggest container ship is having only 24 cross at the moment. West Terminal developing with Adani, John Mills and SLPA. They are investing $753 million. Now again, foreign direct investment, as the moderator mentioned. US government, Development Finance and Corporation, they have given a loan, $553 million loan to Indian port developer Adani through the Indian government to develop the West Terminal. So now you understand the future is containers. The reason is that Sri Lankan exports, all Sri Lankan exports, 99% of the Sri Lankan exports are going in containers. But globally, I told you 90% of the international trade carried by maritime sea transport. Sri Lanka, 99 point, if I take precise figures, 99.7% is carried by maritime sea transport. Maritime sea transport. That is being an island. So we heard the Singapore. Singapore, as also moderator mentioned, Singapore is the second biggest container port in the world. We handled 7 million. Singapore handled 39 million last year. 39 million. Size is compared to the Colombo district. Number 2 container port in the world. Number 1 bunker port in the world. Do they have bunker? Do they have fuel? 0. But they are number 1 bunker port in the world. They are doing ship channeling number 1, providing food items and other things for ships. Do they have fruits? Do they grow any food? No. We have our panelists talking about fruits and all these things. This Red Sea, this red color route, there are about 200 ships on daily basis crossing the Sri Lankan waters, looking at our looking at our lighthouses, Little Barsas, Great Barsas, Dondra Heads and Gold Lighthouses. All the ships are passing. Right? Only we serve very negligible amount. So we can do a lot of value addition. But yes, we have the infrastructure today. We have the capacity today. Maybe by next year, yes, we will have full capacity, maybe over capacity. But due to various things got delayed. But anyway, it's happening. So we are catering for the future ships for even 20,000, today 24,000 ship, 28,000, 30,000 TEU ship can be accommodated easily because the cranes are 26 across. The depth, current 18 meter, we are increasing to 20 meters. The West Terminal, Adani Terminal, is also going to be the semi-automated, that is again semi-automated terminal. That terminal is having a 20-meter depth, draft 19.25. That is for the future 30,000 TEU ships. So we are ahead of shipping development. But connectivity-wise, yes, we do a lot of value addition. Only we have 6 ports under Sri Lanka Ports Authority and 1 landing point for coal imports for Noracheri plant. But again, just to give you some statistics, just to say how where we stand, we have only 6 ports plus 1 landing point, Sri Lanka. We have a coastline of 1,340 kilometers of coastline. We have only 7 ports. Whereas India is having 7,500 kilometers of the coastline, right, with the 9 coastal states. They have over 200 ports. 200 ports. Some are compared to our old wheel, right? But anyway, 200 ports by name. That means every 40 kilometers they have a port. Whereas in such a location, strategic location, we are only talking about 190 kilometers we have a port. But you know, it's sad to say, but that is where our people look at. But we understand that yes, government can't do invest because Ports Authority is a state-owned enterprise, just to mention that also. Ports Authority is a SOE, state-owned enterprise, 100% government-owned. We don't get any budget, a single cent from the government, but we pay government duties, taxes, plus 8% of the profit. We are a self-financing institution, handling very negligible local volume, but major volume we handle what transshipment. And also we have given terminals for private people. Yes, public-private together. Yes, we make good money, just to tell you. But if you look at the shipping, the port and the connectivity-wise, yes, we are, if you look at the basics, we are ahead of the basics, right? And just to show you just this. Now again, the location. So we are very well connected to Indian West Coast, East Coast, and also the Gulf, East Africa, South Africa, West Africa, Red Sea, Europe, East. So we are just strategically. So that's why everyone is interested. Even shipping lines, they would like to invest in millions if we open up, giving some space for them to start terminals, they will invest. As you understand, I mentioned, as you mentioned, Japan, China, India, even now US. Even all shipping lines, they want to have a partnership in Sri Lankan terminals, right? So if you look at just to show you the current harbor, yes, this is what we have, yes. On the right side, you have the government managed JCT, and this is the SAGT, John Keel's, that is the first private terminal. We call public-private partnership, BOT, built, operate, transfer basis, right? That is, they invested 240 million, 8 shareholders in the past. Today, only 4 shareholders. The biggest shareholder is 43% John Keel's local, 32% AP Moller Maersk line, 15% SLPA, 10% Evergreen Shipping Line. So the 7th biggest container shipping line, right? So the 30-year contract is going to end 2029, in another 5 years' time. Then comes the South Terminal, that is the China Merchant Ports, 85%. They invested over $500 million for 35-year management, built, operate, transfer. Now a lot of people ask, yes, if you give this one to, what do we get? Are we losing? No. You know, to get 20,000 TEU ships, if you bring navigation, SLPA do the navigation. If you bring one ship in and out, we get $35,000 for one ship to bring in and out. 20,000 only. What else? SLPA, we earn navigation, we earn light dues, entering dues, pilotage, professional pilotage, tuck charges, plus harbor tonnage dues. When we give these terminals to the private people, we get lease rent, royalty, whatever the container they discharge without spending a single dollar, we earn royalty, plus lease rent, wharfage, harbor tonnage dues. So the contribution to the economy in another different aspect is, yes, we are making. We earn navigation charges all in dollars. All stevedoring charges, whatever the terminal, they earn in dollars. But if it's a foreign investor, yes, the money will go back. But anyway, partly, at least 15% will remain with SLPA. If it's a local partner, it's much more here. So I think just very briefly, and the future prospect, demand driven, the demand is there, yes. With ADB, everything is done. JCT berth extension, capacity only for containers and North Port development. Then comes the East Terminal, West Terminal, the breakwater extension, and North Port development, and the back-to-back terminal, JCT, ECT, and SAGT, and finally the North Port. Again, master plan is done, everything is done for up to 2050, right? So I'll just leave there. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Puljatis. You seems to be, of course, having a lot of experience. You shared with us the real situation and the real potentials of the Colombo port, and also how Colombo is connected with the rest of the world through the shipping line and ports facilities. Is beautiful explanation. I think I have to check with our conference chair, Dr. Tamara. How long we have time for question and answers? We are basically done. We have done our part, and then we have to open few minutes for question and answers. How long we can use? 10 minutes? Okay, right. She's very kind of generous. Huh? Thank you. So, okay, we have about 10-15 minutes, and now we can open the floor for our audience. You can ask any question, you can identify yourself, and then you can, if you have any comment, please, this is the time. I think maybe we can take a couple of, questions at one time, so to save the time. Yeah, floor is open.
Thank you. From Management, Social Science and Humanities, Faculty of Management, Social Science and Humanities, KDU. I have a question to Senior Professor Udit Jayasinghe. As you say, sir, you are currently developing agriculture policy, national agriculture policy. And I also engage with two research, and also studied a couple of literatures also. And mostly, as per the previous research, as well as I also witnessing that, our farmers, basically, they have little educational level. If we consider, they are in a very primitive level, because most of the farmers, either in the childhood, if they doesn't have any option, they just go for at least for until primary education. Thereafter, they are engaged with their parents' farming, or other things that after ordinary level, those who doesn't qualify for the higher education, they select it's better to go for farming. That also a problem in Sri Lanka. That is because when we consider other countries, international level, most of the farmers are highly educated and technically qualified to accept the newest technology, latest technology. But in Sri Lanka, we mostly do farming with their traditional knowledge, who either they collect from the parents or the practical team. Is there any future plan to get engaged with them to develop their educational level and give them a training at least, or to enhance our syllabus, school syllabus with the farming? Thanks, sir.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Roshan. I think he raised the questions to Professor Jayasinghe. So perhaps we can entertain another one or two. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Vinkawan Udit Patrana from the Ministry of Defense, Institute of National Security Studies. So my question is, Sri Lankan agriculture is mainly not, they are not responsible for the market. They are responsible for the government. So one example is 50% of the Sri Lankan agriculture market is based on paddy, which is the lowest income generated agriculture. So by the laws which have been entrusted in 1956, I guess, the Paddy Land Protection Act has restricted farmers from using initiatives or getting responsible for the market for the competitive advantage. So how do you have addressed these kind of issues in order to modernize our agricultural field? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think that also raised to Professor Jayasinghe. Maybe we can have one more. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Darshan De Silva from Faculty of Medicine, so I'm obviously not an economist, but I want to raise a couple. So from judging by the numbers, he said, so we have an $80 billion economy, agriculture is about $5 billion, and 2 million people are involved in, so it goes back to the same thing. I mean, there's a problem with productivity and efficiency there. My question is actually more related to tea. Now you say we generate about $1 billion from tea. And I know there's problems. I mean, part of it was self-inflicted when we went through the fertilizer crisis and all that. But is it time we moved on from tea to grow something else?
Okay, thank you. I think maybe Professor, would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, I'll take 3 minutes.
Yeah.
See this one. We have set from 1 to 10. Not just because it is in the way that are coming to our minds, right? We had a discussion with 500 different professionals, farmers, and everybody, institution over around 15 months, personally up and down here and there. I think every agriculturist, agriculture academic or farmer has participated in this process officially. You can see these thematic areas were set to minimize those market failures and the policy failures together, because we cannot make it 100%. But we have seen in Sri Lanka, the agriculture problem is not a problem with who to cultivate paddy or who to cultivate that one, but it is not systematized in terms of land allocation, and especially market chain is not recognized and valued. If you go into the even egg market, today the ginger market, or the other day all other market, is not the fault of farmers, right? Maybe it is a conflict between two ministries, agriculture ministry and trade ministry. When trade ministry is bringing eggs, the agriculture doesn't know how many chicken are there, right? Chicken doesn't know whether they should lay eggs or not. That is a real truth, even if it is a joke. So that's why we have taken it but this way, all the documentary evidence, and set it this way, thematic areas with activities, so that these can be divided into either not to ministries, but the institutions already established or to be established. See, for production and productivity, then for that one input should be supplied. And for that one, advanced technology should be supplied. When you said that one, what is coming out from that one, the food safety and quality management system must be there. All these things should be happening in an eco-friendly operations environment, land allocation and everything. Then it should be the agri-entrepreneurship and markets. Because we have no point of developing markets or places, so all those things established up and down here and there, without knowing how these things are coming. Then only producer should be empowered. Whether he is an entrepreneur, whether he is an input supplier, whether he is a man who is dealing with some other thing or it's going to another market, then these last three are externalities. You see, climate resilience and other risk management, not to the farmer then. It should be institutionalized at the level of a government, maybe at the junior, at the lower level, or at a higher level. For that one, as you said, sir, the knowledge management and agriculture extension should be there, right? Knowledge management, nowadays, it is AI. When I go and ask AI, even from the people and up and down, When you ask 2.5 years ago, today AI, everybody knows what, at least something. When I ask AI, yes, do you know something? Yes. What is it? Agricultural instructors. See, then 1.5 years later, when I went again with other team, AI, artificial insemination. Today AI, right? It is artificial intelligence. See, if we set the policy day and night with the view of others, this may not be working when the things are concept come in. It may be changed from minister to minister, institution to institution, president to president, that we don't know. So, knowledge management should be institutionalized. That panel should be taken up with that matter and reporting body should be there. And then the governance, as you said, and for which the operation management system we identified. So you see, if otherwise we cannot say Madhavatiya po paddy, Tamankadu po cattle, or some other place, because it is very natural that if it is a good one, it will be in the electorate of the agriculture minister, or whether it is you like or not, that's how it is happening. So identification of Sri Lanka as a whole to the GIS, modifying numbers, it is very well done in the countries like Australia, Canada, even in China, that part down there, even India, Bangladesh even, whatever. But our country, it is not happening. Even there is no correlation between Pradesh Sabha, Pradesh Sabha and central government. So that's why we propose a system, it should be governed by, like in Canada, it is governed by 101 professionals. I know it personally because I also participated in certain. Right, 101 professionals in divided, what is needed to change? Like in China, Communist Party's members needed to change the policy. They are if they are not going to vote for that one, nobody can change. But we may not be able to come into that one. But you can see, these are not just because come into our mind first. Okay, my specialized area is agri-entrepreneurship, it should be the first. No, it is not. These were covered one by one, get together, even through packages, statistics, and from older to young people. I should say even for this one, it was came and participated around 800 young people from the Badul district who were with the greenhouse at that time. So they have set a very nice system there. But after 6 months, I could not go to Badul because they are all greenhouses now subject to organic agriculture. Oh, if it is a policy, it should be governed by that way. That is happening with health sector. That is happening with agriculture sector. Education sector may not be yet with the defense sector, that we don't know. But these four are like that. Again, yeah. Yeah.
Food self-sufficiency and security.
Yeah.
Two important aspects of national security and self-sufficiency, sovereignty.
Yeah.
Under which heading these coming?
Right, okay. First one is national agriculture policy. We divided that into two, food and agriculture, then become food quality, food. You know, this is a sort of 39-page document, 3 slides, right? I have given 6 minutes. Then these three, food side, agriculture side, then comes into 7 key areas thematically. Then that is increased up to 10 because numbers should also be there. It is something like pyramid, right? That's why ultimately every strategic action 188 that we have produced, it is going through cage to cage. Ultimately we check finally whether we stop it with the agriculture or with the food. But there is one other issue. There is a food policy for Sri Lanka, you know. There is something called food policy. It is not that food policy. This is a food production and food marketing. That food policy is different, right? So, although I show it from 10th point, before 10 there were 7. Before 7 there are 2 because we did not touch to the plantation sector. We did not touch into the fruit processing sector because they are separate. ඕක කරන්න ගියා නම් කරන්න බෑ. ඒක නිසා මේ 10න් පස්සේ policy statement 15ක් අරගෙන we got 15 policy statement, not me, right? It's on agreement with 12 people working on this one full time up at that time, and including the Department of Agriculture, DO and everything. Then only we come up with that one. So don't think where it is included. It may be included in 3 areas. That's we have linked. Right?
Is it at least mentioned specifically?
Definitely. If it is not mentioned, I have even checked this one with 5 people through NVO whether terms are repeated and come up with something, and even I could not publish that one. මම ඒක publish කරන්න මගේ වෙනවනේ. මේක මගේ එකක් නෙමෙයිනේ. But what you are telling, import substitution. It may be coming up with input sub management and many other areas, but as strategic actions. එහෙම නැතුව ඒරියා එකට දාන්න බෑ. මොකද 3 පන්තියද 4 පන්තියද 5 පන්තියද කියලා වගේ දාන්න බෑනේ මේවා. ඇග්‍රිකල්චර් කිව්වහම, හෙල්ත් කිව්වහම, එඩියුකේෂන් කිව්වහම, ඩිෆෙන්ස් කිව්වහම ඔය හතරේ වැටෙන්නේ නැති එකක් නෑ. වැටෙන්නේ නැත්නම් ගෙදර ඉන්න නෝනා විතරයි සමහරවල්. හරි. මට හොඳ නෝසෝ. ඔය එයා හතරට වැටෙනවා. ඒක දාලා තියෙන්නේ but this is not a forum to do so. These are under the cabinet of ministers. That's why even biotechnology and the nanotechnology issues, because if it is not 10, our idea was to show for any government or anybody, don't go beyond 20 ministries in this country. If agriculture is run and coordinated by 7 ministries and 8 ministers, right? It is very difficult. We show it's a Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Plantation Management, something like. Then Minister of Fishery, Minister of Livestock, Ministry of something other and everything. Ultimately, nobody's policy is there. National Agriculture කියලා නැතෝ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් agriculture policy කියලා වගේ දැම්මම
Thank you, Professor Jayasingh. I think you put
got
in a very
I have no right to show it.
Yeah.
I am the chair at that committee at that time chairing. Now we have done our job, but because it's a right forum for agriculture, if anybody says there is no policy for Sri Lanka, no, it is no policy is implemented to Sri Lanka. We have everybody accepted 98% from starting from secretary to the ministry and to the all academics and everybody, farmers accepted policy, even converted into Sinhala and Tamil.
Yeah.
Right. So there may be issues, but it is the thing I can tell in a forum like this, right? Okay.
Thank you. I like when you speak some Sinhala also. I think that's the way you want to emphasize the importance of your statement, right?
Yeah.
That reminds. I like your way of addressing. Yeah. That reminds me, one of my Japanese friend, he came to Sri Lanka and he asked me, he went back to Japan and then I just asked, what is your experience about Sri Lanka? He said, Professor Kure, why Sri Lankans are speaking in English? He asked me that question. Why Sri Lankans, when they meet and when they have meeting, why do we speak in English? I said, that's how we are trained. And he's looking at me and laughing at me, in fact. And he said, Japan, we never use any language except Japanese when we discuss those things. Because when they use their own language, people understand. When he said, you guys don't understand, you have everything in English, but some people cannot express true feeling in another language other than mother language. It is different. In fact, we Sri Lankans are quite familiar with English, it's fine. But when we look at those countries, Japan, Korea, China, German, France, Italy, do they develop using English? Never. So I think I like when you emphasize, using some single. Thank you so much. I think we don't have enough time. There may be so many things to clarify. Maybe, Dr. Thamara, do you mind if I allow 1 minute for other three panelists if they have to say final words? Yeah? Do you have maybe within 1 minute or so?
Make a comment on the doctor. I forgot his name. He was asking the difference between the land extent we cultivated and the income we received. The main reason is we have not gone for the value addition. As example, for instance, tea, we export 70% on bulk basis. Only 30% only we do add value to the tea. We are having 247,000 hectares in the country. We earn only 1.5 billion US dollars. But without single tea bush in UAE, Dubai, they earn 10 billion US dollars adding value to their product. They buy tea from us, they buy tea from Kenya and Rwanda, and their tea economy is 10 billion US dollars. Our total GDP is 80 billion, and from tea sector, they earn 10 billion. Our having 250,000 nearly tea extent in hectares, we earn only 1.5 billion US dollars. I should give you a very small example. One of my Chinese friend who came last month, he wanted to bad tea from Sri Lanka, okay? Worst tea. Then I gave best 2 tea packets and worst tea 2 packets. After 3 weeks, he is calling me. He has produced a nice tea beer. Now he is inviting me to visit China, to taste this. That's in simply small experience and example what I can give from value addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to take 1 minute?
Yes. One more thing I would like to touch upon. I think, Professor, you had mentioned there was a key fact that I wanted to touch upon, especially food safety. When it comes to food security also, it's a key, something very, very important. You can grow how much you want to grow. If it's not safe to eat, I think it loses everything. So I know they have gone to vast extents to talk about this food safety, food security aspect as well, which plays a key role, especially in the value chain as well, because finally, after we do everything, we export a product. On the other end, they have very stringent regulations which change continuously. If there is a problem there, they reject the entire lot. So then I don't see any value added to anything. It's rather we need to pay them for a fine or something like this. So that is a key aspect I think we also need to look at, because sometimes it's lost in policy. There were instances when things like fertilizer was banned, and we had other fertilizers which were coming into the market, which had chemical detections which were never detected in Sri Lanka, which created a very negative effect in the international market, because I think Sri Lankan agriculture does not have a negative impact like some of the other big agriculture countries, but with things like this, they tend to question our basics. So I would like to, I think, leave a thinking point there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just tell 2 things. One, we are talking about value addition and promoting production and then doing more trading. Yes, the containers that are going out of the country, I told you 1 million total local cargo, 500,000 imports, right? And then the 500,000 going out. So 45% of the containers going out of Sri Lanka going empty, no cargo. There's a big trade imbalance, right? So I think from the transport, port, shipping connectivity side, containers are there, 45% going empty, nothing inside. So if you promote, yes, you have. The second point is, you have the direct shipping. The biggest ship is coming to Sri Lanka. Any destination on a daily basis, on average, Europe, Asia, India 4 times, Bangladesh 2 times, feeder vessels going on a daily basis. So the connectivity is already there. So any importer or exporter can have direct shipping, economies of scale. They can transport their container in a single ship to the destination with the lowest freight. That is the shipping, port, and the connectivity side. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are now reaching to the end of our panel discussion. Let me use few words and go back to my first slide. Of course, we started with the Vice Chancellors. I like the word well-being. We are targeting, we want to improve the well-being of citizens of Sri Lanka. And then our keynote speaker talked about 3 crises: social crisis, political crisis, and economic crisis. And our 4 panelists explain the potentials, challenges, and way forward. And they beautifully explain where we are standing now. And for me, of course, one of the keynote speaker talked about if we want to reach to Singapore level, we have to go, I can't remember exactly how many years, it's more than 100 years. In my understanding, everything depends on the education. Health, education, technology are the key for any development. And in my understanding, and when we look at the other countries, for Sri Lanka, I think we need about 13 years. 13 years of education. From grade 1 up to grade 13. I think mic is not working. Why I am telling that? The growth or the development, everything should start from grade 1. Not even grade 1, we can start with elementary school. And our school education is just for 13 years. If we start from grade 1, we can change our attitude and everything. That is one thing. In fact, I have granddaughter, she is only 2 years, she is going to kindergarten. What she learns and tells us after coming from kindergarten is very impressed. She is going, walking with other kids in the class and learning many things about plants that we used to learn when I was in grade 9. She's only just 2 years. She's learning what I used to learn when I was in grade 9. So education matters. So we need 13 years for Sri Lanka to change, transform this country. And why we are not has gone to that level, because let me bring you back to my first slide. Why nation fail? Because it has been ruled by a narrow elite that have organized society for their own benefit at the expense of vast mass of people. I will leave up to you to decide how we want to, what kind of political leaders we need for this country. We need to seriously think about the political leaders that we are going to have in this coming election. We are responsible. We are the people who vote for our political leaders. It is our choice. If we are not educated when we vote, we are lost. We will be losing this country. So we have to be very serious about this coming election. So with this, I think we can wrap up. So I would like to thank my distinguished panelists and also our audience for asking very constructive questions. And thank you for everybody who participated this. And I would like to thank finally the organizers, the Vice Chancellor and his team of KDU, and of course the Forum of Sri Lanka University Economists. So with this, I think I will conclude. I'm sorry that we took longer time than we expected because we started off late. And thank you once again for everything that you extend to every cooperation given to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that insightful session. Now, we would like to cordially invite the chief guest of today's occasion, Rear Admiral H.U. Dhammika Kumara, the Vice Chancellor of General Sir John Kothalaval Defence University, accompanied by Dr. Lakshika Aliyanage, Dean, Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, to award the tokens of appreciation to the moderator and the panelists. Professor N.S. Kure.
Senior Professor Udit Jayasinghe.
Dr. Prasad Dharmasena.
Mr. Sharanta Alves.
Mr. Upul Jayatissa. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. I kindly invite the dignitaries and the esteemed guests to adjourn for the lunch break at the Bejas Bistro. Transportation has been arranged to convey the guests to the lunch area. Please proceed to the designated pickup point, which is outside of the auditorium, to board the vehicles at your convenience.
I would also like to inform that the technical sessions will commence afterwards at the Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities from 2:20 p.m. onwards. Thank you. Have a good day.